Oh, we're gonna do a stream. We're gonna copy link. Bug in my face.
Use it.
Men, my lovelies, come hang out with moi. And we learn about the moi. Go post on the blue ski. Hello. Hi, bird. Hi, solar. Ah! There we go. Post, fools. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go! There's Skitty. Let's keep Skitty. Alright. Oh, how to join Bonko? What do you mean how to join Bonko? Oh, the bingo. I don't have it up yet. I'm probably not going to run it for MEGABONK this time. I'm just going to do a one run MEGABONK. I mean, we could run a quick game and see if you guys get a bingo in one run. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's do a one run. Let's just do a MEGABONK exclusive. Create game with 31 events. Boom. MEGABONK only. Okay. Now, I am having a slight issue. And that MEGABONK does not seem to be capturing audio. Oh, no, now it is. Got audio now. Okay. Yes, I would be a serenade. And if you drank me, I'd also be a serenade. Just a different kind. Hi, Lizzie. We're doing a round of MEGABONK. Then we're going to have a little talk. We're going to have a little chat. And then we'll be doing some Star Ocean. So I hope that's exciting for everybody. But to start, my weekly is sad. Spritz has passed me, and I have not passed myself. So that remains a weird outlier in my capabilities. I did poke it briefly, though I had a really dog shit run when I did. I could buy the monkey. Boom, we got the monkey. I probably should have gotten the other character slot, but whatever. Oh, well. Which does mean that's whoops. That's called, you know, I'm going to join my own game. Screw it. Why not? Why wouldn't I join my own game? It only weights things horribly. I can get two things, so I'm going to buy both. Golden sneakers, earn money by moving around. You got it. Alright. That's a new item unlocked. Boom. There we go. Now, I might be relying on some mod support on calling me when I do things beyond here, but no. Gamepad says no. Gamepad says not in your life. Gamepad is cruel to Sarah. I should add Sarah talks in third person to the list. Okay, we're good. Okay, what do we want to try today? You know what? I just want to keep working on the dang the force. I'm gonna be. Let's do Robinette again because I have fun with her, and that was me trying to have a good time yesterday and just screwing up on my own. And we're just gonna do that. That gives the most chance of bingo things being called. Strong start. Ooh. Out the gate, more XP, hard to argue. That's got a Shrine of Suction, but it's kind of early to go for that, isn't it? Wow, that was fast. Well, there's an epic item, which I never did fix, to be, well, I'll just call it rare then. I do have some things to fix on here still. Wow, those are 2 lifesteal, because that was really helpful last time. She doesn't have a lot of health. Extra wiggle room, margin of error is really nice. Oh look, the bush is here. Probably feel like it, you know? I've already done it once. Get a little stronger first. Projectiles seem to be the ticket with her, so. Beefy Rain. The most helpful, which already did that one. Stupid. A lot of chests. The XP ain't bad. Oh, I thought that was this. Oh, no cursing for 5 minutes. Alright, Lizzie. Alright. Alright. 5 minutes. Should I do the bet? Should we do the betting pool again? Do we like that? There you go. Go make your bet. Once that prediction is up, I will start the timer. It'll be great. We'll have a lovely time watching me try not to swear in the clap your cheeks game. Gonna be XP game, the game. Okay. Oh no, it's still got time. Okay, I give it a full minute. Your chance is good. Let's do that. Need one more. Nobby Strong. I do keep succeeding lately, I suppose. That's 2 people. 2 people have gone for it. Alright, prediction time's up. I'm gonna start the timer. Bam. Bam. I'm gonna sneeze. Woo! Ooh, the opposite of a curse. I need blessings. Oh. More. That's about time, frankly. Weapons have not been upgraded. It's depressing. That'll help. Should I try Chunkers again? There's something for doing Chunkers. I never do. Let's do Chunkers. We'll do Chunkers. Oh, and we did suck. The Tome of Suction is one of the things. So let's see. Let's double check. I don't think I've gotten a rare weapon upgrade yet. I have gotten my 2nd weapon. And my 3rd. Have I gotten a duplicate item yet? No. I've killed the blue monster. I don't think I took the fall damage. I did use the Shrine of Suck. I did say bonk. I guess I did just say bonk there, huh? Alright, alright. Sarah says bonk. There you go. Yeah. Quantity tome for everything? Quantity tome for everything? That sounds good. That's good for her. My 8 million projectiles and spinning What's it? I want to break that pot so bad, and God just says no. Go lifesteal. Help me. Help me lifesteal. I would like to make some actual ground. Bigger chonkers? I guess? Has this been here the whole time? Lots of dudes. Another shrine of self. There's a lot of these. Oh, hey, you know what? Be smart. No, it's too late now. I don't need to. Oh my gosh, I should grab that rage before I did that. I try to keep it an honest game. Oops. I'm not going to use that yet. You may or may not come back for it. Oh, there's a duplicate item. That's a duplicate. That's a numero dos. Boy. Oh. I don't know if anyone's even getting close, but I hope you're having a good time with that. There's another idle thing up there. There's a pot. And try. There's a Moai. Ooh, rare tome. Is rare tome on there? Rare weapon upgrade. No tome upgrade. I'm a fool. I'm a fool, y'all. Rare crit chance sounds good, though. Hello. What are you selling, sir? Moldy cheese, my beloved. Moldy cheese, my beloved. That is one, and I don't even care that that's one. I'm doing it. I love moldy cheese. There's a reason there's a heart on that. Oh, moldy cheese rules. Poison enemy. Poison damage. Oh, and we get to clap cheeks. Did I ever put that on there? No. I'm sorry. I never put clapping cheeks on there. You may be mad. I should. I love that one. Our damage is doing better. Things are actually dying. Oh, big XP. They're still here? I don't want that. That's pretty good. That's really good for her, so we're gonna do that. The whole thing is damage based on gold, right? So we do want that. Ooh, rare weapon upgrade. That's one, right? Oh, yeah, we're doing that. We are 100% doing that. Oh, can't afford. That's one. I know it says up top, but I don't always look. I hope you're getting closer, or just being absolutely frustrated. Either way. The bingo experience. Doing okay for time. Oh, hello. That's Gold Skeleton. Where is Gold Skeleton Man? Oh, I think I survived the swearing challenge. So everyone, congratulations. I was strong again. It's either getting easier or I'm just not having enough of a vulgar time. What was I doing? All right, Gold Skeleton. I was marking Gold Skeleton. None of my stuff is level 5 whatsoever. Where the hell? There it is. Oh. See, that would have gotten it. I would have gotten it if I had slipped just a second early. You're going for shrines. Did I turn on the shrine counter? I guess I didn't. No. I am covering new ground, like we are moving around and finding stuff. I'm gonna grab the other suckage. Ooh, shield. Shield. Hey, bird got it first. I don't even know what I've got. I always call it last anyway. More. More! Well, there's a lot of shrines to suck around here. Holy cheese, my beloved! size? That's useless. More! More! Oh, I see the boss portal stuff. Alright, we're getting there. Ooh, we're also getting mauled. Increase luck. Yeah, I don't have one yet. I'm close. Oh, I'm sorry. The one I need is third area cleared. So there are different points for the first 3 people to get one of a game. And then there's just 10 points if you get one after that. Which is still something. Ooh, speed of boom boom make kill. Okay, I'm up here now. There's fall damage. Someone else got to... Oh, I can do it. That's what killed me last time. I was just getting flung around by these stupid things. Oh, man. Okay. More life spill. Let's... More crit chance might be my savior here. Uncommon bone upgrade. More damage. Damage wins. Rare Chonkers upgrade. Still not level 5 on anything. Chonkers gets more. Bone gets damage. Damage wins. Chonkers uncommon. More Chonkers, more damage. Damage wins. Damage always wins at this point. Okay, so the boss is around here somewhere. We see all the things. Oh, there it is. Plenty of time. Blue man. Ooh, gold team is really good. Okay, more crit chance. I think just being a critical crazy person sounds really great. Bow general damage increase, especially with the crit chance. That seems really good. And that's bow level 5. So we are going to weapon level 5. Oh. A level 5 tome yet. We're getting there. I really like shield more than HP. Oh, I should get HP though. She's so squishy. Gold XP, good. Get the gold XP as well. More count, more bounces. That seems like a winner. Pretty basic this time. I'd like to clear tier 3 at any point. We'll see how it goes. I should start going towards spawning the boss, but I'm not quite there yet. Yay, ghosts! I like ghosts. Okay! Sure, man. I'll take it. You know what? Creep totem. Give that to whoever needs it. Give me a second, I'll mark it off. May as well make this kind of interesting. More HP or more size sounds good, actually. I don't know what I got now. Epic weapon upgrade. Hey, is that on the list? Yes, it is. We're doing it. Alright. I think it's about time to head in. We've got everything I want here. Grab this. I was the mindset I'll check my card rarely because it's not that interesting to watch me not play the game, and and also being top of my own leaderboard sounds like a lame-o thing to do. Ooh, more crit chance, good. Crit chance, good. We're doing crit chance build right now, it seems. I was really daring to go try to find that bush again, but that's so out of the way, I don't even know. I don't remember where that was. More quantity? think that sounds good. And that's a level 5 tome, actually. So there we go. How we doing? Cool. Anyone else getting close? I don't even know how many people are playing. It doesn't tell me if I'm playing. Hope somebody is. I'm one away on like 3 different things. Wow. All right. More lifesteal, more projectile damage. I think damage is gonna win. Like lifesteal, good, but more. Damage is king. Double bingo is not a thing in this context, I don't think, unless you hold out risk reward. I have no idea if that matters. We can make it so you only win if you get like special shapes, 4 corners, blackout, stuff like that. But as far as I know, by default, it is just normal bingo. One time you win, but you got it first. Projectile bounces and more of them. Fine. On the guy. What do you need to do? Eat the heart here. Hyena. That's good. That's good. We're not good one. We like that one. We like that one in our house. We like that a lot. We just maul them with chonkers, right? Like that's the goal. More. Always more. Pretty good. I couldn't post them. Oh, actually, I don't think I saw a single curse the whole time. Join the bingo, Ina. You could, something. Or crit chance. We're really building up on that. Does it reset the 10 seconds when the guy dies or something? Because I swear I had more time than that. There's a little button on the left of the chat, I think it is. You can click it and join the bingo. More damage. Alright. Let's grab it when I can real quick here from what I see. Ooh, shit. It might be stupid, but we're trying it. You might get your dyes of hubris, guys. I'm hauling as best I can. Trying to get stuff, but I'm hauling. Yes, I'll take bigger chonkers. Who doesn't love a big old pile of chonkers? Give them purples. That seems like they'd be good. Alright, not bad, not bad. We fed a little bit. We fed. We feed. And that means area 1 cleared. So I get to mark that off. Still haven't gotten a legendary item, I don't think. Do I have a triplicate? I do actually have a triplicate, so there you go. No Borger, no Slurp gloves. I used a Moai, didn't I? Yes, I definitely used a Moai. That's most of the dang card right there. Oh, hey, look at that. I got a bingo. I am not shooting him, but you know. Come here and see him be a blue. Open it. Ooh, that's a good one for me to get to. That one was free. Alright. At this point, if you enter the game and you don't get a bingo, I'm sorry. It seems like it's getting kind of hard not to. There's a filter I can put on this. I can just be like, the ones that we haven't marked. There's not many left. There's an epic item, I think. Okay. Okay, that seems good. Well, it spawned us in a weird spot on this one, didn't it? Oh, boss curse? Don't mind if I do. That's also on the list. Yes, please. It's a smart person to say that for... Oh yeah, you gotta look at the card and actually like pick the ones that line up and then call bingo. It requires engagement, so you can't just AFK it and win. That's right, it's all a manipulation to get better numbers on Twitch.com. Forbidden juice. I didn't do boss cursed. Well, yeah, I'm down to no scroll bars, so we're getting there. Ooh yeah, more crit chance, please. What's my crit chance at? Does it say 64? Ain't stabby. I know it can go over 100. I think you can over crit. More XP gain, please. Level a million times forever. That's a funny way to kill a man. Yeah. I see more toys. I also do not see the end at all, so we're just gonna keep on going. South over there, things go south in a weird way where I end up meeting all the way over there. Be more interested in a sign of sip or something. Is that another bush? Oh yeah, we gotta get more. You know what? You know what? I didn't fight him last time, I'll fight him this time. I'll get his chest. Whatever. I've killed him before. I don't know if it gets harder every round or what. Oh, he's got millions of health. So I'm gonna say yes, he does get harder. Okay, that's concerning. Oh. Okay. I didn't realize he would oh no. Okay. Well, we've got a few things going on. I mean, we can get more of this? Seem to be doing much to the boss guys, though, sadly. Which is I wish otherwise. No, I'm slow as dick! Hey, remember when I said there's health right across the room? Oh, this escalated on me very quickly. Holy shit. Okay. That speed loss followed, but yeah. I didn't expect him to have millions of health. I kind of thought he'd have about what he does in the first area, because that's already pretty hard to kill. So joke's on me. I'm about to get my ass kicked. Yep. Wow.
I burp it.
Alright, I'm not interacting with the bush anymore. I didn't realize he scaled. I'm not even going to call that hubris. I thought he'd be the same as he was in Area 1, or maybe slightly stronger. I think I could pretty easily beat Tier 3 if I just stopped making bad choices. But that is Sarah Dies. That's going really well until I called the dude thinking he wouldn't be so bad. I guess that is hubris. Fine. There you go. Enjoy. Call your bingo if you got it. I'm about to end game there, because we're going to switch over here. I got 3. How's everyone else doing? It's a much smaller event list this way. If you got 3rd area cleared, I apologize. I'm not doing great. So, I know I can do better, and it's getting to me at this point. I know I can do better. Like, I'm not even touching my original good one. I keep having issues where I'm just like, okay, let's try this, and then it backfires. If I just played safe. It's not a bad run. It was a great run. If I didn't summon the bush guy, I'd be fine. Lesson learned. I had it in complete control until that. I didn't think he'd have 1.4 million fucking health. So, lesson learned. Very frustrated how I learned it. I would really love to at least be at a second tier again, because I absolutely know I can, and it's just, I keep being dumb as shit. And it's getting to me. Enough, I'm like, oh, I do that again, but I need to do the thing we're supposed to do today. You know, this is the thing people actually like watching me play, it seems like, so. I don't know. No quest even. Like, that was such a dud run. I threw that away. Traction Tome. What's that last one? Did you join the bingo, Spritzy? Oh yeah, you did. You got one. You got third. Good job. If I unlocked a new weapon, that gives one to the board. So, boom. Is Solar just not paying attention? Where is he? What happened? Solar. Just smack him. Just smack him in the tits. Well, I am 1 coin away from being able to buy the ogre, so that's a fun experience for me. Yeah, I got triple too. Maybe I'll come back and we'll do one for a wind down. I don't know. I like the game. I'm mad at myself. I've not been doing well at it. Had a really good first day, and then I keep being like, all right, let's experiment, let's try things, I've got this. No. That's why Dies of Hubris is on there, I suppose. Oh. So. I'm not ending the bingo yet. But I might invite you all in to a lovely place of mine here in a second. Because I didn't exactly write a recap. I've been thinking, and I just think we should maybe chat about it. So come with me. Hello. Well, I don't know if capitalism can reach us in my cave. I don't know. My fledgling, I just built this in like half an hour cave. Enjoy. With noise filters, baby. Yeah, let's change this over to that. There we go. Let's talk about this bitch, shall we? Oh boy. Flashing lights warning, I guess. That's fun. Hi. If Solar doesn't get his 10 points soon, he will never get points. Sucks to be Solar. Enjoy your 0 points, loser. So, Star Ocean is an interesting game, right?
Okay.
He has the 10, just not his bingo? What? Oh, he hasn't claimed his bingo. Yes, dear.
I made a pretty picture.
You made a pretty picture.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your pretty picture? Oh, you want me to come look at your pretty picture?
Please.
Please come look at your pretty picture. Okay. That hurts. That is very 90s. I like it. Oh. No, why do you think you need to change it? Let's do that. Or to those little cups. Little bigger cups. Abstract. 90s had a lot of abstract. Not an insult. I'm not trying to make you insulted. I like the color choices. I think it goes well with her. Oh, everyone has quite the face anymore. I thought you were talking about your husband for a second. I was like, damn. He's really mad he hasn't claimed his bingo. I don't know if you get points if you're not first 3. I'm actually not sure. Liz is still winning because she bought the extra card last time. I got up to 295. Woo! Oh, you must get something because you got 210. I don't know. Whatever. So, I was going to talk. I was going to talk about this thing, right? So, here's the thing I think we should think about with Star Ocean. It really wishes it was Star Trek. Right? Like, it wants to be, especially this game, this episodic thing that deals with philosophical concepts. Star Ocean 3 goes real big on the old philosophical question, what if we're all in a simulation? Right? Star Ocean 4, I have realized, this is Shower Thoughts Live. Star Ocean 4 is just like the trolley problem ad infinitum. Edge Maverick keeps encountering and struggling with the trolley problem. He's just not doing well with this, okay? There it is. So, I need to point this out, because I was thinking, all right, we're 25 hours into the game here, which you can kind of see on there if you squint. And I was like, well, what exactly is the plot right now, right? Because on the surface level, one of three things has always led us from A to B until about the halfway point of the game. It is the primary mission, find a new place for humanity to live, because we, nuked our planet to shit. The secondary mission, figure out what happened to Crow and the sister ship of ours, right? Or the third thing, space rock bad. And some combination of those three things led us all the way through Cardianon, and then we went back in time and blowed up the Earth. So this is the actual through line I'm seeing, though. The trolley problem thing, right? The first thing that happens, Edge saves people, easy peasy. He kills ants. But what Edge didn't realize was he was about to spend his life solving his problems through a killing spree. The second place, Lemuris. Okay, we stopped the lizard guys and we stopped the stone disease, but the people that had the stone disease all died of it. So you can save everyone in the future who would have gotten the stone disease, but everyone that has it now dies. There's your trolley problem, right? Someone will die no matter what. Do you kill more people slowly or kill a bunch of people right now? And he wasn't too happy about that. And when you think about that, we can't really blame him, but all right, fine. Did he make the right choice? Doubt sown. Cool. Is it written particularly well? No, but I'm a PSO2 fan, so written well doesn't necessarily mean I can't find what you're going for. The next thing, Cardianon. Basically extincted a race. Warrior race that was out to conquer the galaxy under the influence of the Grigori, the stones, right? And to stop that, we pretty much wiped them out. Blew up their mothership / homeworld hybrid thing. They are no more. You can save who knows how many people going forward, but you have to basically be Lizard Hitler. That was the choice he got there. So there's the thing. I mean, they're all religious brainwash, basically, is what they're going for, kind of there, I think. But whatever. They're dead. Edge killed all of them to save other people. Goes back in time. And what's he presented with? A crazy lady who wants his technology for definitely good reasons. No other reasons. Don't worry about it. And the thing he's presented with is, you could save the future, but you and everyone that you grew up with might never have been born. And as we've come to learn, he straight up wouldn't be. Him and his friends were all test tube babies who grew up in an orphanage together. So, yeah. That was still a trolley problem, and he went, I would rather save as many people as possible, even if it means we never exist. So, Edge has been facing the trolley problem this entire game, over and over again. And the last time he tried to do the trolley problem, his choice was not well rewarded. So now, he keeps seeing this situation where his only solution to anything, kicking ass, seems to potentially just have consequences he's not prepared for, and his mental breakdown makes a little more sense. Is it written well? No. but it is there in theory. I can see kind of what they're going for. That's all I'm saying. In terms of plot, at this exact moment, we're just trying to stop the first game from happening ahead of schedule. Because we're on Roke for fan service reasons, I think. Also, I'm pretty sure that Miracle is from here, but because of the whole time travel thing, she's from a different here and maybe a different dimension and or time, so who knows? All very convenient, but the last two places are the ones that aren't directly linked to We Must Stop Rock. Well, no, actually, we were going to EN2, and we were going to find information about Crow there, and then the wormhole got us, and now it's just convenient consequences. But it is kind of off the rails for the sake of Edge having his little breakdown. How will he fare? I don't know. Let's find out together. That's the recap this time. I hope you liked that. That's a completely... Welcome to my otter enclosure. Do you like my otter enclosure? I made it myself. It's a pretty little cave. Yup. This is the result of my experiments. My experiments on the I mean, you can't breathe. You can breathe. The water's under me. We're fine. This is a nice little alcove. Look at the pretty refracting lights. Take a nice deep breath. Unless someone's gassy, then maybe don't. All right, let's hop on over. I have too many buttons. Beans are for outside. Those are an outside food. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna end the game. Yep, here we go. Okay, we're gonna start a new game. Ooh, a new game. That's right. Oh my gosh, just a second, please, baby. This is General Events and Star Ocean 4. This is 71 potential things on your bingo card. I'll be right back. Let's see what Katie needs. What? Palette? What do you think of the girl? Pick the girl. I've seen the girl 4 times.
I'm done.
Just got done last time I was over here.
No, she's done.
Hey, she's good. Very colorful.
Background be
Maybe the background should contrast a little more. I don't know. Go to the very top of your file. Like, click that top folder. Go up to Layer. Here up top. Very top. The new correction layer. You can use saturation. Yeah. Drop saturation to 0. Then just hit OK. How you please tab, I'll determine. That's a good one I keep forgetting to do. It's a very good tool. If you're worried about your background not the background overpowering her or something or blending in with her, that's a good way to check. Yeah, I guess we start with an impromptu AFK. Yeah, make sure your husband's not dead.
Pardon my neediness stream. I'm doing an unadopted. It means a lot.
This is, you have to rejoin this bingo game. This is a new bingo game.
Put that on your little bingo card.
And also, I guess...
Jazzy sighting.
Yep. Impromptu Sarah AFK. And Kazzy mentioned. We started with 2 right out the gate. Okay?
Get the bingo points, bitches.
All right. So I will definitely appreciate mod support on this one because there are, again, 70 of these. And some of these I know, and some of these are like, oh, I'll join. I'll join the game. Screw it. I'm not going to look at what my card is because that feels like cheating. Some of these I can just do willy-nilly. They're like, Sarah says a thing. Sarah does a thing. I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. And now my sody pop is dead. Everyone is free of my slurping. Unfortunately for you. Alright. Oh, do I have the sound? I do have the game capture back on. Okay, cool. Cool. We're golden. Welcome back to Trop, you trollop. What were we doing here? Oh, right. We were going to go find... Yeah, it's a big card. We're going to go to the Purgatorium now. That is, shockingly to me, the end of mandatory content on this planet. There's a lot of optional content on this planet, but that's the end of the mandatory. Now, I feel like I should do a couple warm-up fights. Get my bearings again. So let's see what happens, shall we? Alright, I'm hurt. She's kind of fun, actually. Booby Lady is like, look at that. That's just me. They're just going through that. Like, yeah, you spam MP, but like, look at that. Wow, even in slow motion, jiggles, jiggle. Dwarven embroidery thread. Now, does just the jiggle bones existing on screen count as fan service? Because that, I believe, is one of them. I want to say... No? Okay. I'll let people argue over that. This fan service happens is there number 56. Oh, ads used for cutscene. I'm just going to make that a freebie because I haven't run ads. Oops, we'll run ads after the next like cutscene. Actually, you know what? You know what? I'll be good. I'm going to run an ad right now. I made the manual and forgot I was going to run after MEGABONK. So I'm going to run the ad right now, and if you don't see it, I am grinding. Briefly. I love you too, baby.
Now's the time to strike.
Okay. What thing? Oh, that's an angle. I don't know. I think it was pretty good, baby.
I think I fixed it, but I just...
Okay. Need help. What can I do? She has a chimney coming out of the... I've never noticed that. What do you need? I'm busy. Less fun, but yeah. Makes the other one better.
It's too long.
It's just me. It's the white. I can't focus on it, apparently. You might want an opinion that's not mine, frankly. Someone whose eyes are working properly. Just... whatever. They are what they are. Welcome back from ad time. Where's my... Oh, gosh, it's north. I thought it was just up here. Where? Oh, it's way over there. Okay. Dang, dude. No deal. I gotta tweak some. I did these early, the events, but I'll run ads after major story dates or something. That'll save people from pre-roll woes. I've not gotten any gems. Alright, might have to switch the edge to get some of those, but he just doesn't seem all that good at it. She's fun. But as long as these dummies are in control. She already ruined it. It just runs in and I can't cancel it. Oh yes I can. Circle cancels. New input doesn't cancel, but circle cancels. Alright.
I'm not finished learning my skills.
I'm not finished something skills. Got it. Can you turn off anyone that's not a fucking mage if I want to actually have a chance of getting any of those? Hello? Oh, way over here. So, I can't lie, one of my favorite parts of this game is the arena, which we don't really have access to in its present state. But in the arena, it's just you, one person, versus whatever the mob group is. And that is a situation which I think the combat is just markedly better. Which is part of what makes Star Ocean 5 such a garbage experience. Is that it's a lot of just mob spam, and you have a party of 6, and it's too much. And you can't really do anything? Where are you facing? Oh, there's ADAP. I like Jinx.
Wonderful. I'm so glad everyone's safe.
What about the unnerving little girl? Did I miss something? Oh no. Okay. Well, you got it. Let me see if I'm gonna replace here. Take a break, Edge. Emma was the leader. Alright. Well, I don't know if this was your intention. I believe it's for 10 minutes, right? Alright, 10 minutes of Limmel. And while we're at it, we're just going to go ahead and say... where is it? There is the... There it is. Cerberus summoned. Yeah, there it is. Boom. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen immediately. The second I get control of her, we're summoning that dog. So, just accept that. Wait. You want to go?
Just keep your cool and we'll be fine.
Oh. I can't imagine why I would summon the dog. It's a mystery. There she is. Honey, don't stand in front of it. Imagine getting bonus jump. Hi, Miracle. Thanks for punching me in the face. Now my teeth and stuff. Okay, I guess we're gonna... I missed my turn? Did I miss my turn? There was a turn? I don't remember even seeing a turn. How did I miss this? Is this the same cave I was just in, or did it just magically change into a different cave? Oh, I think I see what I did wrong. I go this way? Yeah, I did it. That's a sneeze. Oh shit. Oh shit. I remembered. Food. Do I not have one that does what I want? Oh. Lemon juice ain't bad, actually. That's interesting. More money. More money. Oh. Yeah, I should ever eat my seeds, huh? Oh well. I might need those for something. I don't know. One of these restores MP. Sure. Oh, and only one person's MP, though. Well, I remember to feed the party. That's one. So, yay! Come here. I'm gonna burn you. I'm not a big dumb dog, and he's gonna have fun with his face. What? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's also true. Hey, seriously, Miracle, do I need to turn you off?
Maybe now I can be of some
If
help.
that was the time to push the button. Oh, welcome to Titty Vision, I guess. Oh, hello. That wasn't the game, that was just my timing. Wait, what are you? Hi. Defense only applies to her too. I think they were full party things. Oh hey, five people joined the bingo game. Welcome to bingo game, everybody. What? Oh! Yeah, okay. Apparently Remy got poisoned someone there. Hi, Ada. Welcome back from whatever lurk hole you've been in. That is an email going. Alright. Okay, now I can actually go in the Purgatorium and accomplish question mark. Trying to save Sarah, not this one. So burning blackberries so damn quickly. Now where? Yeah. Okay. Hello, tiny person. Oh my God, that's not a tiny person at all. What are you targeting? And why are you parking next to the big murder line? What are you doing? Whee! Hey, can we do something about the little mage, please? Oh, hey, still only finished. We got something. Holy cow.
Now that was a snap.
Well, that's pink one. Boom. And that's level up after combat. Boom. Run now. Run now. I'm sure it's Sarah talks storytelling now, the general behaviors. And I hope that that impromptu sort of weird recap was acceptable for today. I acknowledge it was very different than usual. No, like passed out, or fell asleep. One of those is more concerning than the other. He's just taking a little nappy poo, alright. If it's like, it can still be good, then, oh, you guys have different choices than me. Careful, don't ruin this. Kind of did ruin this. Trying to get that gem, Mary.
Talk about our show and go.
Danger. Do not drink. I guess if anything's going to clip through your hair, it may as well be that. Yeah. Well, yeah, everything she is fan service. She's booby lady. It was only a matter of time. Good job. You're going to your bed now? You fool. Okay. I mean, she's pretty, don't get me wrong. Like, I like her design, actually. She's a hell of a lot better than the witch in the next one. Good God. What, baby? Oh, you thought I was talking to you? Oh, I was talking to the chat, because that's what I'm doing right now. What to do about those doors yet, so I guess we'll just move on. Look at him go! A bunch of these aren't lit. You have to touch all of them? Oh, we no longer have to be Limmel. I might stay Limmel just because it's working, but I can now change meaningfully. Just assume I have to light all of them at this point. Alright. Look, torches to light. Whoa, you did it. What? Oh, what? I wasn't paying attention to something. Oh, now this is going to be a problem. Out of juice. Oh, she's useless. Okay. Hey, that's the first time we've done that. Pay attention to me, asshole.
He hates it. Absolutely hates it. And he doesn't target her. Seems to be from that.
I'm not letting you kids beat me yet.
He's like, no, this game is about me.
No, it's... If you have entire mechanics about... Oh. Entire mechanics about being the source of aggro, then you gotta let me be the source of aggro. Otherwise, I'm just kind of like... Alright, Ninja Man, let's go. I can't really do anything. You need to be targeted. You need to be targeted at the right time. Or there's entire systems I can't do. Like that. That's kind of important. That's why 5 just doesn't work. Because there's too much going on, and you can never maintain the aggro, and you can't get the blindside and shit and actually manage it. The whole game's just a clusterfuck. close the cave. Now we're going to the cave. Let's free up a little bit of memory. And why do I have a ping? Don't ping me, fools. Oh boy, cheap viewers from streamboo.com. Oh. I don't trust that. Witnessed beta? That's a rude thing to call your coworkers. Witnessed beta cuck. Blue bonus gem get. Boom. Okay, so we're following where this thing points. There's an element I did not pay attention to. Ooh, the puzzle requires you to look at the room. Yeah, that's something. Then there's one left. It's going to be over here. If you do the wrong order, zombies attack you, I think. Cat Ears banned Leary Brunch 8,000 friggin' symbols that are not an alphabet of any kind. It's legend. Oh, big open hole in the wall? That would probably be where I need to go. Oh, we're getting different. And yeah, it is one of the final dungeons of the game, so you gotta have some sort of puzzle. Woo! He had a bad day. Sucks to be that guy. Where's that guy? Alright.
Wonderful. I'm so glad everyone's safe.
Danger, do not drink.
I suppose this will mean fewer enemies.
She blew me a kiss. You blew me a little kiss. Oops. You like just not having blue? Wait, did I use the wrong thing? I did! No, I didn't. Okay, I was like, shoot. It burned, man, and the MP so fast that, oh my gosh. I thought that was like a freaking phasmophobia monster back there for something. What are you doing? What are you doing? Wait now. Did I mess up? Hi. I think I messed up. I think I misread whatever the heck he was doing there. Merlin! Hi! Yeah, I messed up. Okay.
Just keep your cool and I'll be fine.
This is a problem, because they are... Buddy, give me just a second. Are they multiplying or am I crazy? Alright,
Talk
hello.
about our show and now go.
Okay. Alright, I will be back in a second. I have to go deal with something. Kisses. Enjoy looking at this lady. really an idea. If I'm AFK, I may as well get paid. Bing bong, I'm back. Hey. It's just still excitingly fun to listen to talk. Now, let's pay attention this time. We got... I thought I did this right. And then it's like, no, you didn't see which way you pointed. You're dumb. I thought he was pointing that way, but no, he's pointing diagonal. I will let the mods decide if that counts as Sarah's sense of direction or just my shitty eyes.
You already complained about your shitty eyes. Isn't that a no point?
No. Probably should be. Well, if we find a light ring, we're going to be in so much business. This the new way? Well, that's also dark, so that ain't it. Oh, hello. Hello. He's not exactly doing great emotionally. But you know, he's doing something. He's still the best at getting them blue gems. So. Alright, Raimi, I'm running out of ways to feed you fuckers, so I guess swap you for Bacchus for now, because I'm tired of being out of empty all the time. Where am I? Over here seems promising, because there's a box. Who doesn't love a good box? This bat is really mad I want this stuff. I don't even think I can take it.
I estimate our combat distance to 20.
Long-range shot while falling. That's annoying as that's one, but alright. Oh hey, multi-enemy finish. We never get that one. If that was on your board, then congrats. You got a rare thing coming out. I never get that one. Boom. Enjoy.
I swear to use this power in the name of justice.
Oh shit, someone got better at beating, isn't that one?
Wait.
Oh, this is dungeon crawling.
Wait.
Yeah. Oh, beat. Beat level increase. There it is. Boom. Alright, we're getting there.
Sorry.
You're fine. You're fine, honey. And there's a lot of stuff here I can't get to yet. Big, ominous white gem. And a bunch of stuff we ain't done yet. Oh, yeah, I heard
I estimate our combat You
blackberries. And that's for refilling what I'm assuming will be our inevitable light crystal that we need to even advance. So that's going to be helpful. I am even a little discombobulated right now. There's 5 of these. Oh, there's a guy. Never mind. Wait. Okay, he's pointing at one of those and... Oh! I get it. Okay, that's a little more interesting. Find where they cross. Smack you with a stick. Oh. to fix that? Not particularly. Bonus board's looking alright. I bet I get a few little battle trophies here and there. These really are you're trying to 100% the game thing. Who the Bacchus? Frankly, how can you even be poisoned? You're like 90% a big metal man. Alright. Stores 5% of MP. Okay, so use some of it, but that's all it does. I use a lemon. There, I fed my party a little bit. Do it! There it goes. Okay, and then they both point over here. Once again, I will let the mod status decide if this is edge versus bounding boxes or not. I'm increasingly feeling like yes in its own way. It was meant to be me getting stuck on objects, but, you know, not being able to interact because I'm missing the directional little correct spot is arguably the same. There's nothing to the side? Well, I have to look now. Why is it a hot load of jack shit? What is this? Oh. Excuse me. Mr. Not a Redet. Oh, well. I don't think there's enough torches in here. I think we need one or two more. Oh. What the? Okay. Limmel's impressed by the big doggy, and the rest of us are like, oh shit, we gotta fight this weird Zoid. Well, we get a couple fun ones here, guys. I'm just gonna be sad. I'll let things groove their way over to the pro tag. Oh, Limmel's absolutely said K a few thousand times. I just saw boss fight. Where is it? Oh, right, bonus per person, that's what I'm looking for. I already did boss fight. Okay. Hello.
Here I come! Rising flame!
There's no real avoiding that, is there? Alright. Are you ready? What if I... You know, at this point I think the boss could get reduced to me just running in circles like, yeah, come get it, big boy. Yo, this thing is in rush all the time. Am I crazy? Wow, Edge, imagine if your dodge actually worked, man. Yeah, I'll take that. Now, Dad! Phone call? No. Gosh. We're busy. Lynn, come on. Would you... Please, anyone, please. Thank you. Ah, it didn't work. Trying to trigger like a big old brute fuck you button and it just doesn't do it half the time. Boss fight on a stream, my father calling. Seems about right. Oh my god, this sucks. Yep. Yeah, you do that. He's always rushing. There's not much I can get him to do to stop triggering that. He just takes so much damage, he's always angry. I'm always doing nothing. Just sitting here getting criticaled over and over. Genuinely, it feels like running away is my best option while they do things to them. It's a frustrating percentage of these boss fights. There! Please! I don't know if anyone else will join me. Oh, good. Ooh, let's do Aura Spark. I never do that. It sucks. Hey, there's 10k. That's something. That's something. That's damage. We'll get to calls in a minute. I'm a little distracted by the giant death Zoid here, and I'm gonna keep calling it a Zoid because, I mean, fucking look at it. It's a Zoid. And you might be like, what's a Zoid? And I'm like, I don't want to talk to him. I'm making you feel old. Oh, shoot. Okay, it's doing a big laser. Not Power Ranger, that's a Zord. I can see the confusion, but they are different things. I'll just charge. I'll just sit here charging. Charging my shit. If I can do it before Lemel runs out. Even better. I will not be doing it before Lemel runs out. Oh, it's dead. Boss dead. Boss dead.
Damage is severe. It seems I've become careless.
You didn't become careless. You got mauled by a giant laser dog chimera thing.
This body of mine would still seem to have hidden potential.
Alright, I guess that counts as blocking the cast, yes. Only spotted was will talk shit. Reg called anyone's cat spotted. Not enough money. New skill learned. Paramox cast. There you go. Where's my card going? Spontaneous. Weirdly symmetrical. Oh. And I'm gonna go ahead and say it was Sarah Explosion Boxes. Screw it.
This feels pretty good, Kate.
Oh, hey, Lemel learned Void. Guess what? New skill learned. It's going well. Oh, my card's not symmetrical anymore. I am so close to it being on like 3 different places. I'm still not looking at what I need to do for that. Shatter Needles. Lots of fun new things. And a fun new skill. Whoa! The doggy transformed into the light ring. That wasn't even the end of the dungeon. You have no idea how big my dungeon is. Oh my god. What? Random ouch. Got it. Yeah, I'm seeing the appeal of pickled plums at this point. They're strong. Your what's bigger? Your ring? Dang, girl. How fat your finger? I'm sorry. Light ring is already charged. Awesome. Hey, guess what? We can now do a number of things throughout the dungeon. So that's cool. Not that box. That box is a no-no. I don't remember which way we came from. I think I already marked Sarah's sense of direction, but in case I haven't, feel free to yell at me to do so. There it is. Too close, you get smacked. What's wrong, baby? Alright. And we found a bunch of stuff, actually. Wow. That's a cool chest. Alright, I'm going to call the boss fight a good time to call back my father. So I'm going to call back my father and check on my wife. And we'll run another ad because that stops the pre-rolls. So enjoy that. I might actually just... There's a 3-minute one, right? Oh, that's so much. Okay. I'm going to do a 3-minute ad break because I got to do multiple things. So... Stretch, get some water. Be a good girl for mommy. Well, I flirted with the chat. There's another one! Enjoy that. Where is it? Where is it? Sarah flirts with chat. There you go. Good luck checking me on those. BRB loves. I can do it without being in trouble. Yep, Spritz did one. Oh. Welcome to the Almost at Bingo Club. I think I'm almost at bingo about 4 different ways. Let's look. Yeah, that's frustrating. I need a diagonal there. I need a vertical there.
Find bingo?
Huh?
How do you find a bingo?
How do you join bingo?
Yeah.
There's a little icon over the stream that says Stream Bounty next to the chat. Click on that and you should be able to join game. It should be just to the left of chat. Yeah. And then if you have a bingo, you click on them, so you can't just AFK, you have to actually participate. Light ring can only store 1 charge? Ew. Shut up! Holy crap! Kill you. You don't gotta say it every 4 seconds. You've been aggroed once already. Oh, does each one only give 1 charge? Oh no. Oh, hey. Spritz bought an extra card. Spritz got bingo. Good job, Spritzy. Now, if you pull Lizzie at the top, too. Oh, fuck off. You're not wrong. Get me to my face. How am I doing after all that? Aggravating. That's how I'm doing. I'm aggravating. Oh. Yeah, no, I'm not able to cheat my way into one. Green bonus gem get. Oh. Okay. I mean, I haven't seen an opportunity. I will, but good. I'll be right. I'm getting. Hey, give me a snack. Everyone eat a snack. Everyone eat a cupcake snack. Hey there. Eva.
Mine?
Off the baby or on, so if I do something to doing that lift, you can call me again.
I did.
Okay.
I did call a couple.
Okay. Well, that one was probably just Sarah does the impromptu sing song, so.
Yeah, I did one and
Because I did just kind of walk across the house singing, so that'd be another one. That's Sarah's impromptu sing song. Oh, you really want that second bingo, huh, Spritz? Oh, I'm on you. I see why. I see why. Tempting. Tempting. I don't see impromptu sing song. I already get that one? Huh. Well, that got pinged earlier and I didn't realize it. Liz wins somehow. It was just not.
Can you tell us if you have a bingo?
You go to your card, and if you have 5 in a row, you click on them to highlight them, and you say go.
That's so close.
Yep, me too. I shouldn't play my own, but I do. Bow of Wisdom! Is that going to count? Is that going to be a thing? Let's go down to Raimi and find out together. Alien Arc. That is, in fact, an equipment upgrade.
Equipment upgrade?
Equipment upgrade.
That's a thing.
That's a thing. You want to mark it for me?
What is it?
It's in the The top half is general vents, and then the other ones, you can filter it too on top. You can filter it down to just ones that haven't been called yet. Alright, let's give Raimi a chance to play with her new toy, I guess. So I am really hurting for blackberries. Oh, Lizzie going for an extra one, and we got a hype train. So them bits is working.
Bingo.
All right. Well, Katie got a bingo. Apparently. And did we get the equipment upgrade marked? Let's see.
How do I get another bingo card?
You pay money.
Oh.
Yep.
So per stream?
No, I can start a new game at some point if people want me to. Did I not? Oh my god. A gear upgrade. There it is. Jeez. Okay, boom. If we hit a point where the majority want me to start a new game, I can. Everyone's got one but me. Alright, whatever.
The enemies of my fail!
Oh, okay. You through the wall. Through the window, through the wall, and this bitch can suck my balls. Still only finish. Eat me. Cover my MP, ho. Well, there's repeated whipping in combat if anyone needs that for something. I got press 10,000 buttons. Are you proud of me, Mom? That's the other thing. I think if I start a new game, if you bought cards, you lose them. That's the main reason I'm like, might want to wait. Is repeated combat whiffing marked yet? Nope, there it is, 68. I haven't done a Raimi switch the whole time. That's shocking. Well, alright. Everyone's having a grand old time. My card hasn't changed. Mine is extremely static. That'll be fine. So, lucky me. Okay, is there anything else I need? No. But I think I have to go to that other room to get the light refill. Like, it's still gone. Yeah, it's sad and dark and poopy. I only get one recharge per crystal. Perhaps per dungeon visit. I don't know. Is it over here? One of these rooms had one. Yeah, this room was otherwise planned. I think this is it. I think it had a Burning Man and a doobity-doo. Maybe that'd be worth popping a poll once in a while at certain points, like, hey, should we start a new bingo round or something? But right now, I'm not too urgent on doing that. Okay, over there is... I can't do anything with that. I once again wish I could pan the map. Did I come from there or start there? Oh, no. There we go. Well, yeah, I can't open... I don't know if you can see my... No, this cursor doesn't show. The chest straight right of me, I believe, is a green one that I can't do anything about. Like, if I go in here, I believe this is wrapped in ivy, and I don't have the earth ring. So I can't get that. Yeah, that's a no-no. North, I don't know, and... What? Oh, shit. Okay, well, I'm assuming that's the way forward, then. So, what's up here? What are you laughing about, baby?
Your sense of direction.
Did I put that on the list?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, no, I get turned around all the time. Oh, hello.
You just gotta turn around.
Yeah, no, I marked it. I marked it. Okay, so now how do I charge my ring again? Uh-oh. Do I have to go all the way back to town because I was greedy? Uh-oh. Well, we don't know what else of the map there is, so I guess I can... I went there. Came from up there. Is there another recharge thing and I just haven't seen it? Am I crazy? Yeah, holy water is its own thing. I don't remember what for. I can look. I think it cures curse or something like that. Silver chalice, usable once every 5 battles, restores 30% HP. Tent, use it once to recover everything. Disposable tent that can hold up to 8 people. Why would you make the tent disposable? Where is it? Sure, man. Holy water cures curse.
Are you using a healing item?
No, that one's already marked. That one's super marked. I did that early. We burnt through like 15 stinking blackberries already, and food, and a bunch of other crap. No. Okay, there's not a light recovery here. I really don't want to go back to town. Alright, let's look in that bottom left corner. I don't think I've done that yet. The fact these paths don't open up on the map, torment. The crystal has lost its gleam. Well, who hasn't in this day and age? Excuse me, I'm trying to see if I can find another shiny bauble. What about in here? Does it in here have a shiny bauble? Oh my god, it did at some point, but it doesn't anymore. Oh no, did I fuck up? Do I really gotta go all the way back to town to recover my stupid ring? Because of chest lust? I need to go in here. Let me... 0-1, yeah. I can restock my berries, I guess. They are finished. Okay, yep, we gotta go back to stinking, dinkin', blinkin', gosh darn, dang-ass town. How do I...
Cat says hello to chat.
Cass says hello to chat.
The enemy's in my face!
Oh, shut up, little thing. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. I gotta go get nuggets out of the air fryer. You're a good excuse. Okay, yeah. Get out of here. You're annoying. What am I getting? Do I just get hurt for touching him? Oh, that's annoying. Fucking pickle situation over here. Goodbye. I think this time I have some stuff. Oh, hey, Spritz got a new bar for spending bits. Look at that. Okay, I gotta get them nuggets. I gotta get them nuggets. Hey, I gotta get them nuggets.
That's like a monkey, or what is that, caveman top? A dog.
Man runs. Man runs.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yeah, now I'll take. Oh, yeah. That's a cheese. And a cucumber. That's in the baby race.
Big God slaying inch. Nailed it. Nailed it. Nuggets. Nuggets for white. I don't know. Here. Because I have half a brain cell.
You don't have half a brain cell.
Cool. Cool. You didn't have half?
No, that's not what I meant.
That was behavior?
Hey,
Yeah.
don't judge me, okay?
Let me do.
Mean to me. Don't be mean to me, Kay.
baby.
Don't be mean to me, Kay.
I have no idea they can hear me. My mic's pretty solid. But I'm trying. What's on it? Teriyaki? That's alright. Yeah, we got nugs up in here.
This feels pretty good, Kate.
Yeah.
I'm not finished turning my skills.
Boobs! Alright. That's rude. So I was on my way back to town and you're like, distraction. I'm like, walking. Hyena. What you doing? Just popping an emote every so often, like, I am also here. Yeah, I guess I gotta go back. Man. Bonking? You're bonking me? Or you're bonking Megali? I mean, there is always the off chance that there is another light crystal in one of these rooms. That's not a light crystal, that's just a lit man. That counts as me making a pun. That's another one. Shit. There you go. Alright, no light crystals there. Come on, main room, have light crystals so I don't have to go on a huge dumb journey every time I mess up. No, there's just cauldrons of despair. The enemies of your faith. Ooh! Shiny? What's this? Purgatorium stone? It's just a stone found in the Purgatorium. Well then. I mean, there's that. But I can't get... That's another case of needing the thing. Oh, no. Okay, listen. We are now looking at multiple trips back to town. I don't even think Trop has the lady that does it. Oh my god, okay. What's our situation here? Every area has had some way to recover the... Hey, that bat's a bitch. Nope. Well, it still counts. My intentions were obvious. Just, nah, we ain't doing that, dog. Oh my god, woman!
I'm gonna beat you up.
No, little shit. Hold still. Get the fuck out of life. Nailed it. Man, give me a mid-air recovery. Pain in the butt. That was your dodge, Ray? Come on now, honey. Love interrupting symbols. Very fun.
Talk about our show and no go.
Everyone else has had more ghosts than me. Doo doo doo. Does anyone else get that feeling? Oh.
I'm even stronger than Faith. Maybe now I can be of some help to everyone.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah. I guess we're going all the way back to town. Potentially twice. I feel like I must be missing something. Maybe it resets the crystals if you leave and come back. I don't know. I need to heal anyway, so it'd be a good opportunity to go restock some stuff, and we'll go from there. I'll check it when I get back in. Whatever. One step at a time. What are you doing? Get down! Excuse me, I'm walking here. The fact that I wasn't looking at the screen, I still weaved through all that is... Not gonna lie, it's dumb luck. That's what it is. That was pure luck. I really don't know if Trot has what I need, and that's concerning. Might have to go all the way back to the other town? I really hope not. That would suck ass. Is this even the right... How am I fucking over here? I swear this cave, like, just spits you out wherever. Excuse me. I went out the top left exit, right? Wait, what? Am I insane? There's that chest again. Well, does this cave screw with me, or do I screw with me? Over here. Over here, Sarah. I think. Where's this Purgatorium? This is the Purgatorium. Fucking... Okay, we're back in. This is the same thing. So, do I go... straight? Do I go this way? Is that where I just came from? I am so disoriented. Okay, I don't like this spot. And if I could just zoom out the map and see that chest, that's a great marker. Nope, this is the one without that chest. So this is what we want. It's a different chest. I think. Yeah, oh my god. Drop somebody. Whatever the fuck that might mean in this context. Oh, step 1, hotel. No, bye. Big sleepies, fool. I hope Sarah's not being sacrificed too fast, because we kind of have taken several naps. Wanted more bubbles. All right. gotta find someone. I'm not even gonna save until we do this. Someone that can refill my ring. Somewhere around the stones is the girl who needed this thing, I think. Got the Scumbag Slayer. I hope it does extra damage to scumbags. Another job well done, I suppose, thinks Edge, presently out of character. Wand of Wonder. Actually makes her entire. Oh, the one I have shoots. Whatever, she doesn't use that, I do. There we go. It's her primary stat. Aim Sword Vein Slay versus Scumbag Slayer. Instantly kills scumbags 28% of the time. Not strong, just instantly kills a specific enemy type 1 in 5. Actively makes you suck more, but bandits are fucked. So, what? Yasso? You want a yasso? I think you're munching. I think the weed is having an effect. Okay. Here you go. Moda had edible gummies, 10 for 25 bucks. That's just within my wheelhouse to afford today. Frankly, if I could have afforded more, I would have gotten more. That's an extremely good deal. She needs them for pain management. She's been out for a while, so. It's Oregon. It's legal here. Fuck you, Twitch. Anyway. Okay, someone's like, you're promoting drugs. No. I just like having a wife that feels okay. This is the level of pettiness I'm at. We are now Googling Star Ocean 4 drop. I don't think anyone actually calls it SO4. Star Ocean Wiki. This article is a stub. Yay! Man, I just want to know if I'm missing something, like there's a map online. Is it that unpopular? I know Raimi got new skills. A bunch of people got new skills. That's a good one, though. Get close, then do Seraphic Thunder while the enemy's down. By the time the enemy gets up, that would make sense. That's actually a good... Let's switch that around. Swapsies. Yeah. I did! You're right! I'm going to hell! I'm going to die! I am a fool! I am a fool! People are going to be upset with me! They'll be like, this isn't Megabonk! I'll be like, you're right. This is infinitely harder to deal with. Thank you, Lizzie. Yeah, the very, very, very popular game, Star Ocean 4. So popular that when I went and looked it up, there was nothing. That seems fine. What are you talking about? Oh, you know, I'll let the mods argue over that one. Does that count as a technical difficulty? Will phase ever be used again? He's level 29. Uh-oh. That's good for now. Real difficulty is the lack of a ring charger. I need a ring charger really bad. My son became a sidonist. Yeah, I know. Got anything to deliver? No, I haven't done shit. Buy items. Nothing helps me, so... Wait, you have stuff. Not the stuff I need, though. Wait, does Trop even have an item shop? Oh, no. That seems useful considering where we're at. I think a hit would be good for her. Some HP to end it. I feel like she would need that. Attacks occasionally stun the target. Suits Mary very well. Demonology, please. Okay. Let's address this elephant in the room real quick. Let's say this button is about to be called. It just is. So. Oh, really? Oh, meh. Yeah. Okay. Edge just doesn't use them. I know I had that.
Milo, no.
What you doing? Milo, get down! God! You're being a dickhead. You're being a bit of a dick. don't know what he's using. What is Edge using? HP boost and auto heal. Get more HP. High skill restores HP more frequently. Sure, man. Oh, he can't. Oh well. Okay. So we want as much of this shit as we can get, usually. So, be real, we're using Lightning Blast a lot. Just a lot. Just a lot. Some HP MP over 30 seconds. Effect increases at higher levels. Yeah, I'm kind of sitting at the same boat. I level up outside of combat. Someone gifts a sub. Well, that was going to happen, so right on. Or get a green bonus gem, which I haven't seen the opportunity for yet, so. Yeah, you can always gamble shells. There's even a screw it, call everything button in case you want to make it a race to see who can call their bingos first as soon as we start one. You know, if you're that kind of chaotic. Yeah, we're just gonna level that up. That seems really good. Yeah. Shit, I wasn't done. Phase. You haven't gotten shit. Sorry. I'm not. Boom, boom. Reduce the amount of damage taken from chaps on the field. Yeah, everyone gets to vote on one they want. I don't think I can auto-call vote. Oh. There are no votes yet. I don't think I'm allowed to do that. Okay. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize I had repel built into me. You know what? There, do some of that. Mary! Yeah, you're pretty well set up, actually. I think that's everybody. Yeah. So, we're doing okay on all this. I think I'm gonna do... Really? Alright. Well, I mean, that gets me one too, so... There. Is that everyone? Is there anyone left who hasn't gotten a bingo yet? I can start it over. I can make a new game. is 100% in my capacity. Ice Needle, Deep Freeze, Lightning Blast, Sunsphere. I think this is getting somewhere where I'm happy for now. Wish he had a fourth one. Got rated. Got milk. No bitches. I can also hit call random. I can just be like, hey, you know what? I called random. That's a nice touch. And you know what? Spread's just for you. Just for you. Just for every pony. I will go ahead and mention how I feel about the boss design. They're interesting in concept, but consistently suck ass. They rage easily, which means they're more likely to crit, which is not ideal. Getting critted, A, hurts, B, fucks up your bounty board, so you don't want it. You really don't want to get critical if you can ever help it, right? And in a boss fight case, if you walk out of there with some blue gems, you're getting bonus XP for a very hard fight. And most people are going to want that. That's dude that's obsessed with the sea. He doesn't help me right now. What about you, random guy standing here doing nothing? Nope. Dude. I bet Light Gem opens that, too. You don't suppose that, the Sage Lady can do it, do you? Like, this sucks. The fact that I'm probably gonna have to go all the way back to, there's not even a normal item shop. Oh my god. Okay. It's one charge? It has one charge. Why would you do that? Alright. Edge Mume. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta edge quickly. You know, you don't have a lot of time and you don't want to finish, but you still want to get close, right? So okay, done. There's your email. But like, so the critical hit thing's an issue in itself. And the, probably open, whatever. I don't know the keyboard controls on. That was a thing. Did I not do it? Did I already get called? Yes, dear. Hold on. Grind time, distracted by side quest, crafting. I mean, this is technically the side quest I'm distracted by. Yeah, well, that's unintentional, I know. I don't know. Eat them all? Task failed successfully. Alright. Handed me a plate full of crap and just threw it on the ground. Okay, cool. Awesome. Great. Here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do for y'all. We're gonna make this real simple. There you go, you got 1 minute. Vote. No, she straight up will not fix my shit. Oh my god. What the fuck is this? Alright. Alright, this sucks. Oh, okay. Oh, straight up angry. They gotta refill when you leave the dungeon or some shit. They gotta. There's no way that they'd expect you... Because there's that door I need to waste it to open with all the chests inside. I have to make another trip back, bunny spotted. We'll wait until the new bingo round is called. But that's ridiculous if I have to do that in multiple labs. Right? Like, that sucks. That's crazy. The complete vote is aye. Okay, I'm going to start a new bingo round. It will be the same exact things that we have this time. Give me just a second. We will end game. I can also do a tournament. There's leaderboards within Windows. I can do a tournament where people compete specifically. It's wild. It's wild what I can do with this thing. There you go. New one, and we are going to start right out the gate with our good old friend, Funny Spotted. I just lost it. I just saw it, and then I lost it. You know what? I'm just going to go up here. Funny Spotted. Thank you, Filters. You are my friend. Enjoy this beginning. A beautiful new adventure. Remember to collect your new card if you would like to play. Is there anything to it besides just being a bunch of goobers who compete over nothing? No. But it's fun in a weird way. And we can. Remember, I can't harvest unless I get off the rabbit, and I need the rabbit to get back to the other town. Open the box! That was such a mulligan. That was such a fucking mulligan. This fucking game. I give it a lot of shit. I do like this game. Like, genuinely, I do enjoy it. It is a flawed favorite, I guess. I don't know. And I can't sit here and be like, oh, it's amazing, guys, you've gotta play it. I can't say it's worth the play if you just think the combat looks fun. That's the game. If you're here, you've seen most of the cutscenes, probably, and you're like, alright, nah. I can't blame anyone for that. If you're playing JRPG for the story, it is an experience. And you've experienced most of it here. But, you know. I also got it on sale for under $10. So there's that. Whee! I'm on a rabbit just to go refill my fucking ring. Whee! Gets me off. Hi, do I have anything you want? No. Honestly, I'm so close to the ship, I should probably just go back and do crafting crap. It's been so long. What do you got? You got lots of crafting crap. Screw it. Sarah, did you come here to buy blackberries? Yeah. Like, man, I don't know anymore. What do you want from me? I don't even know where this lady is. I'm pretty sure she's over here. I sneezed. Oh my gosh. No, I'm not alright ring-wise. I would like this one charged. It's expensive and stupid. The dumbest shit in the world. So excuse me, I think I'm going to go all the way back to my ship and see if I can make anything cool. If nothing else, if I'm making several trips to town, I may as well make the disgusting food that one lady wants. So that she throws up a bunch. Or, I mean, never gets hungry again. That's what she thinks. Have I ever been in that tent? I can go in that tent. I know the story scenes have been in that tent. Have I? Ah. Bellwether's bow and dwarven embroidery thread. Oh, that's another bow. Is that better or worse? Worse. Fucks up wildlife. I've never actually been in the tent, so. Boom! Free bonus. I need to go across this bridge. We get to go for a big long walk, a big long walk, a big long walk. You know what? Since we're out here just doing whatever, I'm even going to be really, really nice. I'm gonna let FaZe play. I'll even try to play him. He's level 29. He sucks. Hi, you wanna... okay, you know what? I don't want to fight you anyway. I just want to dance. What are you gonna do about it? Tell me I can't dance? I can dance all day, every day. Boing. Funny that it's a sprint because I, you know, just keep running. I keep thinking it says Australian continent. It's not. It's not the Australian continent. We're not in Australia. Would explain the size of the bees. Southern Mountain has rocks. I like rocks. I am my grandparents' descendant. I like rocks. Shiny rocks. Hello. Gold. Just 1 gold. Typical Minecraft excursion. 1 gold. I'm like, man, Sarah, you should get all kinds of shit. Look at these 27 diamonds. I'm like, I got 1 gold. Alright. I don't want to... Let's go! Phase the symbologist. Yo, that works. Okay, Phase, damn!
Talk about our show and now go.
Hey, we found what Phase is good at, and there's your fan service shot again, so... You're welcome. Keep giving Phase shit for being useless, and then he does that and gets a battle trophy and fills our shit with pink. Oh yeah, pink gem, by the way. Did that get a yellow? Did the yellow gem happen? I actually didn't catch if we got the multi-enemy kill. I know we got at least pink. I don't know what all we got out of that. I'll have to get in another fight to see.
Please step back.
What do you find sus? If that was fan service enough, I'm sorry. I'll get you more fan service later, okay? Oh yeah, we got a yellow. The blue's been there, but we got a yellow. I'll add yellow to the list. Uh-oh. Flips and shit.
Talk about our show and now go.
There you go. There's more of it. Yeah, we got yellow. Cool. 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 Alright. So... I know. You get in there, Ina. Slurp them up. Good shot. Good angle. Loving that for me. Love seeing where I'm going. Damn. Why are you throwing Ina? Let the boy be thirsty. We're a sex-positive household. And this is honestly kind of a horny game. Alright, enjoy your lurk, Burb. Get some good rest. Rest your head on his chest, dear. It will be so comfortable. And he'll be like, what are you doing? Like, I'm being cute. Shut the fuck up. Like, what are you doing? Verbatim, that's what'll happen. Yes, definitely. Definitely what's going down. This is a beef I do have with Rogue. Your ship is just way the fuck out here from everything else. And it's not as big as I remember it being. I remember being a much bigger planet. I know on 3, if you want to get back to your ship on Rogue, that's like half the goddamn game. You're just like, oh, there's like 20 towns between me and that. Yo, girl, what that ass do? Okay, room assignment. Well, that would be awkward. They are the same race, but... I feel I should apologize to your wife. I will disable my eyes so that you will feel completely relaxed. Not yet, boy. Maybe I'll stay over once you've grown up a bit. She straight up will not stay with Edge. She will not stay with him. Alright. Not do that. I forget what actual concept that... I'm dead inside. Uh-oh, Limel's sad. Pays, when you're sad, you look so pathetic. Rude. Howdy, howdy. No. Oh, someone is in here. Someone's in here. Someone's in here. Hello? Mary, what you doing? Mary is really something. Wow! Wow, her thingies, Mary? Her thingies. Her thingies. Thingies. Her thingies! Okay, Mary. Okay, it's cool. Alright, guys, time for, oh. Alright, well...
A new recipe, huh?
Mental potion.
Well then, what can I
Yep,
do
it's
for
crafting
today?
time, and you know what that means. If I remembered how my own UI worked. Bam. This girl needs more eye drops. I don't know. I don't know if she needs more. I'm just glad she's not jump scaring me.
Awesome recipes
Okay,
on the
so
way.
Miria is good at compounding. Who else is good at compounding? Limel? Miria? Octus isn't terrible. Okay. Alchemy and Smithery. Cooking. Crafting. You know what? Let's do this. Good luck there, Raimi.
Go, go! Not bad, huh?
I've done it.
I think she needs to smoke more weed. Maybe she'd chill the fuck out. Hey, I invented holy water. I'm the Pope.
Fine pace indeed.
Me the
Success is
Pope. Me.
proportional to technique.
Oh,
Not too bad. A fine pace indeed.
I did it, Kate.
He's got a few. Alright.
Well, this is what we made.
Element Breaker.
Are you satisfied with this, kid?
Holy water. Yeah, I'm satisfied that I invented holy water. I actually am.
Are you
I think that's
satisfied
quite
with this,
impressive
kids?
of me. I have no steel for my
Well, you
elastic
did an equal
rapier.
effort.
Intelligence Breaker. Hold on. Why is this marked for automod? Allow. Yes, dear. Apparently it thought you were calling me a scumbag. That's fun. Here. Yeah. Oh. Fine. We all know who the real scumbags are in this country. Ha 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 ha! To the White House. Hey, I'm sorry. I'm a bad girl. I'm dropping things everywhere. Are you jealous? Are you jealous of my ability to drop things everywhere? Boy howdy, that was a lot of things being dropped. You think she'd be less happy about you inventing holy water when she's clearly a vampire with those eyes? You know? She is very energetic for a vampire, but I guess, yeah. I've seen sillier vampires. I've seen sillier vampires. Also, I feel like being a vampire would make Welch more hard.
That was a decent recipe, huh?
I've invented a power bracelet. They make you strong.
Well, this is what we made.
True. Compounding.
Well, you get an E for effort.
I can't make most
How
of
much
these.
help you think this'll
Can make riot potions.
Whoa! Not every day.
Potent
you see
protection.
something
There we go.
like this.
There's why I'm not using all my seeds. I can make them better eventually. Like, significantly better.
Oh, pretty hot
Earthen
stuff.
robe. That looks kind of like I wouldn't mind wearing that, actually, but nope, not for me. Needs a bio cloth.
Neato.
There's your
I knew
scumbag
you
slayer.
kids
It looks
had it in
even
you.
dumber when you can see its model.
Neato. I knew you kids had it in you.
Yeah, I need a lot of vase mods, please. Okay, so this is your team up. Let's go ahead and swap some shit around. See what happens, because different groups come with different
Let's
stuff.
rock and roll.
Not too bad.
Not limo though.
All right,
Jukebox.
it's done.
A fine pace
Not too
indeed.
shabby.
Emery plate. Bunny plush.
Well,
Now we're getting the good
How
shit.
is it?
Not too shabby.
Her smug expression looks like a whole different woman. Like her eyes change size.
Bad.
Tiny. Just realized what I did. Okay.
I did it. Eureka!
Oh, they're still going. Oh, never mind. There we go. Not exactly what I meant, but yeah, it's close enough.
Well, this is what we made.
Jukebox. I can make that with my laser oscillator. Kind of fun to say.
Are you satisfied with this, kids?
Under
How much
armlet.
help you think this'll be?
I also feel like that's some sort of thing for this ship, but also Wowzers.
That was a decent recipe, huh?
I need star rubies and I need them now.
Well, you get an E for effort. How much help you think this'll be? How much help you think this'll be?
Ocean claws. No, those are glowy. Those kids. Probably. I've
Are you
invented
satisfied
everything,
with this,
Frank.
kids?
Think of something,
How much
I
help
came
you
up
think
with it.
this'll be?
Right here.
Come on,
And there's lots of
let's
good
get
stuff
that
if I could just
grill
use any of them.
cranking.
So, he's actively... Let's just scramble groups here. Let's just see what friggin' happens. Yeah. I know smithing, they have to be in the group with him from the come up with it.
Well, how is it?
So
Nice.
character combos actually do make differences. Not a lot, though.
Whoa!
I thought
not
in shelter
every
said
day
in
you see
shitifier.
something like this. That was a decent recipe, huh?
Wow. Alright.
Whoa! Not every day you see something like this.
I'm done here. So I need to go into cooking. Just
Wanna
point...
make something?
Yeah. For starts in SP 5%. Okay, I mean, that's fine. I'd like his stuff that does MP recovery across multiple battles, but apparently that's asking a lot. That's a good one. Alright, get some sleep, Spritzy. Gooey. Money. Money. That one was cheesecake. Otherworldly cuisine. Strange, abominable tasting food. Prevents the enemy targeting for 10 battles. I can't make it. I need insect eggs of all things. Wow. Okay. Well,
What you want?
you know what we're working on. I would love the jukebox, though.
Don't you dare cut any corners.
I'm gonna round some, though.
Pretty good, don't you think? Already know what you want to make?
Alright, so we can't make the otherworldly cuisine that we needed for the other thing because I haven't been killing enough bugs. I guess I should get on that. Is an M or... Well, let's just... Girl's gift box. Okay. New one to me, Chief. There's our jukebox. Wow. It tells you what's playing. Ooh. Probably think you had the same name. That doesn't sound right. Or you're the Evar. Shattered Dreams. Consolation Prize. That sounds like a me phone. Hey, I can buy my blackberries. Evar. Trying to think of who else has been around lately. That's kind of the big one that I see that actually interacts with chat. Not most people actually do. You know, I gotta be really prepared in case someone pops pumpkin on me, because you know the second half is gonna be the worst thing in the world. Okay, Consolation Prize is not the kind of song I was after. Revise, man. I get you. I get you. You're funny. I get it. Oh, no. No. I do appreciate that it's Welch Vineyard. Listening to normal music. Hi, Rami. Welch is a very capable woman. She's insane, but she's capable. I never did get her name. You just assume she's dead? We're just assuming she's dead. Is that what's going on there? We're just like, well, she's dead. She's not where I thought she'd be, so she's clearly nowhere ever and very dead. Oh, hey, cutscene. Like, that doesn't look like her, does it? Am I crazy? Mr. Edge. I can't, you know, I think that is an intentional innuendo. I don't think that counts as unintentional. I do believe she called Edge boy, didn't she? Was I correct? Did she say boy? Oh, Crow mentioned. That's one. Boom. He is trustworthy. Boy. Yeah, she called him boy. She straight up called him boy. The stream, it's bingo. We're playing bingo. Stuff that happens in the game. Edge called anything by his name. You can get a bingo card with the little stream bounty icon next to the chat. And then you will also be playing bingo. And you click on the thing so you don't AFK it. And if you get a bingo and call bingo, you get points on the leaderboard. And it's just kind of for fun. Shut the fuck up, Edge. We're busy. Hello. It's called revenge, Bacchus. Haven't you heard of vengeance? Oh, she's sad now. Oh. Nobody home. And sometimes you just gotta invade the toilet. Sometimes you gotta invade the toilet. Like, who's here? Who's in my toilet? And they'll be like, why are you doing that? I'll be like, toilet. I'm very smart. I have normal thoughts. Toilet. All right, that's everything here. We can't make the otherworldly cuisine without farming insect eggs, which means I have to fight bees. To fight bees. But hey, we went on a bit of a walk, but we got our blackberries restocked. Jesus. Oh, we're fighting bees. Let's go. How did I immediately get poisoned? I think him curing it quickly was the thing.
I'm so glad everyone's safe.
Oh, there's Bee Stinger, but that's not what I wanted.
Useful experience indeed.
Looking good. Looking really good. Beat. Let's beat level up. Boom. Got some sort of tool. Ouch. I hurt my foot again. I felt that in the shower earlier. I didn't know what the heck was going on. I should probably look at it. What did I do to you? Oh, I just scraped skin off it, like bonking my heel against the wheel of the stinking chair. Yay! Comfy, fun. Everyone's having a grand old time in Foot Town. Everyone's favorite town, Foot Town. We love it in Foot Town. Yeah, we're gonna be a little aggressive.
Looks like the rope is
I'm looking for these. I don't know if I can get insect eggs here. I might have to be able to go to Nails to do it. In which case, SOL for me. So.
I must say, that wasn't really challenging.
It's quite a walk, isn't it? I'm not thrilled about that aspect of things. Oh, there's grass. There's grass, though. Grass has potential to be good. You need stuff. You need all kinds of stuff. This is why the game can take 100 hours right here. How Sarah plays it. Looking closer to like 40 at this point, but still.
Here we go.
Caterpillar fungus. Or thinking I was something I needed in a completely different game. I think. Caterpillar potato.
Here we go.
More caterpillar fungus. Okay. Well, that wasn't as fruitful as I would have liked. So, the part of me that wants to get all the chests is like, well, I gotta go in that room and get the chests. I got them. They're there. They're chests, right? Like, ooh, free shit. Why wouldn't I do that? But the part of me who wants to get on with it is like, no. Please, no. God, no, no! See who wins by the time I fucking get there? It does remind me. There were light gems, but I don't think they're usable. I think they're for crafting. Yeah. Yeah, they're for crafting. We can't use that to recharge gems. That would be nice and helpful with this. Damn it. Is there any reason I can get grass? Mining's not getting me much, I might as well get grass. And remember, I need to fight bees. If I see bees, I need to fight bees. I also need droppings from what I thought was these guys, but isn't? So I don't know.
We can use this.
Unless it is those guys, I'm a ding-dong. Thunder Gem. Another mockery of my needs. B. Okay, so here's what we do. There's a lot of pink on my bonus board. And I am not happy.
Wonderful. I'm so glad everyone's safe.
That's just a stinger again. I don't think they dropped the eggs. Who gets more stuff from birds? Is Raimi on that list? No. I don't know who is. Yep, okay, we need Mary. We need Mary to test this other one, so let's see. Who are we swapping? How about we... Let's do this.
Looks like there won't be much.
This may look like a snap.
Good job, Mary. Oh, even the sign in the well, she's getting kicked in there. Hey, I filled it with pink. Wow. I was tempted to make full bonus board one of them, but you've seen how like hit and miss that can be. So
I'm not finished honing my skills.
it's a level up after combat. Damn. Oh, hey, look at that. I didn't realize that was there. Alright. Keep going this way. I still gotta try bird. I gotta see if they have the droppings. I just don't know if it's them. Or, well, what's this other thing? Unicorn wolf? That ain't it. No casting spell.
I must say, that wasn't really challenging.
That's called nuh-uh. That's a good old dose of no thank you. I mean, I could try to explain it. It hasn't been the priority of most people. We are doing a bit of grind. Wasn't entirely my whole goal, but it does happen. Action combat. I am using abilities and stuff, knocking dudes around, chaining stuff together, and making things die. Doing it certain ways gets me bonus gems for my thingy. Bonus gems give us rewards after combat. If I take a critical hit or get incapacitated, it breaks my bonus board and we get fewer gems. And they just fall out. Oh no. Woohoo! They got it. Right on, guys.
I must say, that wasn't really challenging.
We ain't get shit from that. Alright. Man. Alright, you want to give me droppings? I really don't know if it's you. I have no idea. Come here.
Looks like there won't
I
be
can't even check because these theories based on how many of you I've killed, and I'm a lazy thing. Oh, you have it. Pow! Punched you in the face.
Wonderful. I'm so glad everyone's safe.
Yeah, the gems on the side. If I take a critical hit, the board shatters. If there's 2 or more touching, you only lose half of that group. If I took a critical right now, that big old pink group would get half. I'd only have 1 yellow and 1 blue left. Whatever. And then the bonuses give me this stuff at the end of combat. How fun! Bonus rewards. And that's your incentive to play a certain way, but it is capped on like how full you can get it. So I got a bunch of pink. So I had a mage just spamming, and I got a bunch of skill-only kills, and that's how you do it. There's no basic attacks, just pure spell spam. Blue is you got a critical hit to kill somebody. Yellow is you kill multiple dudes in one shot, and green is you got chain battles. Doesn't happen often. You kind of have to go out of your way to get green to even occur. But that's like the only one that's affected by the field. You get enemies close enough together, you will get battles in sequence, and it's like a special ambush that gives you a green gem. Platinum, Thunder Gem, Light Gem. That's a pretty good haul. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
There you are.
There you are.
Have we done bunny spotted on this bingo yet?
Here we go.
I think we did. Alright, I mean, there's lots to harvest, and we are going to need a bunny, because we're going to have to go cross the desert again. You want to go? Scumbag? Here we go. That's a scumbag. Thieving scumbag. Stop knocking him out of my range, Rainy. Oh, hi, you're right in front of me, but you're not... What are you targeting? Harry! Alright. I'm not letting you run. I saw that. This is the downside of Mary. There you go. I'm nowhere near a bingo. No.
I'm not finished honing my skills.
Alright, we need the bunny. Where's the bunny? I just saw the bunny. Yeah, we already got bunny spotted, so we're fine. World's slowest chocobo. This is such a trip. I hope it resets those crystals when we get back. I hope this is enough of a detour that they like reset. Because otherwise I have to do this whole trip again just to... Oh, okay. Upside. No, there is no upside. We're fine. Okay. Are you the thing I need to drop from? I don't even know what you're called. Preemptive attack. What are you? Some sort of ogre, I think.
Now's the time to stretch.
Yeah, I don't think it's you, man. Scratch your butt. They are pleasantly fuzzy, though. Give me a second. Oh, we got 2 in one day of the whole stream boo. Uncut disagreement, I guess. I should put bot arrived on the whole bingo list. Good grief. Alright, well that is, that's a cat interruption is what that is. Hi, Milo. What do you need? What do you need? Hello. You want to see your mama? What? 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 Can you go to bed? Can you go to bed? Go to bed. Go to bed. No, I'm not doing that at all. No. Hide under the bed. No. Go to bed. Yeah, baby.
And a couple cookies, please.
Here, cheese. Ow! I'm making a mess! I'm making a mess! Okay, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Alright, we're going this way. Harpy's not the thing I'm looking for. I don't know what the thing I'm looking for is. Riveting rabbit gameplay. Bombing Joe, corpse bat.
An enemy in my face!
Oh, Fantasy 14 looking ass. Nope, he doesn't even drop them. Okay. See, I don't know what drops those droppings. So. There. It is one of these guys. They're just the other guys. Okay, attributes can drop. Okay. That at least helps with that. The insect egg is proving much harder to get my hands on, though.
Here we go.
And all the harvest points reset, so that bodes well. I didn't realize they were here. So maybe I won't have to go all the way back to the other town to refill one of my items. Oh my god. Flip side, look, harvests. Whee, delicious.
Here we go.
Here we go. Poison hemlock. Alright, we just found a bunch of poison. We put in these guys' water supply and we win. There we go. What do we got? Thunder gems. Alright. Up the hill for Jesus. Alright, there we go. It's a dad story. A reference most people do not know. Remember, he was cutting Christmas trees when he was a kid. Earn some extra money. You could do that back then at that age. Mixed feelings. It was like the 70s, so some hippie dudes were going around, 60s, 70s, you know.
We can use this.
He called them hippie dudes. Anyway. Carrying them up, they're carrying Christmas trees up the hill, shouting, up the hill for Jesus! Fair enough. It is memorable. Yeah. Oh, did that thing just throw me a kiss? Hello? Where are you going? Oh, hey, that would be a green gem. My thing weren't full, I'll probably call it anyway, because it never happens. I love how quickly they burn their MP. I'm not
This is
controlling
perfect.
them.
I feel good.
It's just ridiculous.
I cannot lose to you forever, Edge.
Maybe now I can be of some help to everyone.
Cannot lose to you forever, Edge. Sure. Okay. Let's say... Where'd you go? Oh, that's impromptu sing song, so there you go. Let's do it. We got the green, technically. The hardest spot we would have gotten a blue, but we got the green. So, there we go. Now let's save proper, shall we? I'm not even close on my card. Wow. Alright. How quiet it's been. This might be the dead round. First round went really well for everybody except me. The second one, no one's getting shit. Now we're gonna trust it. We're gonna hope that that reset. Because otherwise this is absolutely stupid. But the decision's been made. I'm getting the boxes. Call it a side quest diversion if you want. Oh. It's a whole thing. Who got who? Alright, if you say so.
We were too careless.
Too many bats! I don't get it when they were all clustered like that. Whatever. Yeah, everyone get around Mary. That was fun. Nothing wrong with a 70 some odd time. There are so many bats, dudes.
Talk about unsheltered.
Should add chain combo to this. A lot of raw animal meat. Alright. So we got all the room in the world to think about this now. This one. But now, lads. This way and this way. So this one. This one. Not as complicated as I was hoping to be, actually. This one. Pointing at this. Yes. 1, 2. Nothing else left. There it is. You've opened the wall. Oh, hello. All right, that's who gets demons? Who has the demonologist thing? Pathology, entomology, demon. Oh, all right. All right. Oh, that's perfect then. I'll go for this. I will straight. With her no dang power left. Wow. Wow, weird whiff, man. These are the things that hurt you. To cure Mary. Yay, I did. Oh my god. Be another one immediately. Very buff corpse. Away from her. Oh, no, we're fine.
To haunt you. You did it! Nicely done.
I'm not letting you kids beat me yet.
Mwah. Not bad. Not a bad little fight. Lots of things. What's in the box? Layer robe. Alright. You did risk, like, a lot of potential time getting this, so... Let's hope it's good. Layer robe and... Ooh. Engulfed in flames. I thought I had the solution to that one. Alright. Lucky me. I can't do that one yet. I believe robes is minimal. Alien's robe 2. Okay. Alright, that's decent. That's pretty good, actually. That is a gear upgrade, so well, bam. Well, if 4 in a row counted, I'd be golden. Alright. Unforge. Alright, here's hoping. Here's hoping I don't have to go through all this fucking march again.
The enemies of my faith.
Shut up, tiny creature. North is perfectly fine. Okay.
The enemies of my faith.
Did it again, didn't I? There you go. You like the self-call-out nature of this? Okay, please give me recharges here. Please don't make me go all the way back to the very start to refill. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Please. Oh, thank fuck. Alright, cool. We don't have to do a whole other friggin' lap. You know what? That whole diversion was this. So there you go. Ah, jeez. Alright. Good gravy. Okay, we just gotta go south over here now, I think. There we go. That's the right way. Now, over here, I believe, is a refill gen came in. I just already used it. Never mind, we're gonna get in a fight with a bat, it looks like. You've heard of two birds, one stone, but have you heard of one bird, 7,000 rocks from the bow? It'd be better if that weren't ruining it. Anyway. Shanked.
Talk about on show.
Ah! I didn't like that camera motion. That was a lot. Alright. Yeah, alright. Oh, it was all the way over there. Okay. Monsters making noises. Monsters making noises. Also, just some guy. Just some guy. Oh, shit. That counts. Yeah. Yeah. Me getting out of bed. Okay, well, there's a door down. What's in here? In this room. Another. What? Bitch? Oh my gosh. Me. Are you targeting? It says target right there, and like, what about that thing over here across the room? What? I am so confused why you're doing anything. Uh-oh. Are you serious? Hey, did you know I don't really have a healer right now? Oh, that went wrong. Ow! My tits! Versus a very stubborn zombie. God. Ouch.
Well,
alright.
They certainly gave us a hard time.
That was rough. Damn. How much shit she did. One for being the sole survivor? That hurt. That hurt my spirit. Man, that was brutal. All right. Is there two of them? Yeah, there is. A random encounter that absolutely walloped my ass. There's another one here. Well, that's good to know. Light ring is already charged, but I've got a plan B, baby. Do you wish you'd done it in a different order? Okay, whatever. Good to know. It's there. It's there for future needs. Lord knows there will be future needs. Hi. Any gems left to mark? Just blue if I go. Okay. Well, that's easy enough. It's edge, so there's a more than 0 chance that'll happen. Who is poisoned? How does the robot keep getting poisoned? That seems counterintuitive to me. Oh, this room is devised by Satan. Oh! I hate everything about this. Okay, okay. Lots of money. Okay, so this wants me to go this way. That one. That's pointed at... Oh, there's multiple. There's a bunch of little axe dudes. Yes, I would also think a robot has poison immunity, but alas, we are playing Star Ocean. So, Star Ocean do what Star Ocean want. Is it this one? No, because this guy is pointing at this, so it's got to be this one. Oh, I'm trying to dodge this guy, because doing this while there's fights is a lot. I think there's nothing to always spawn each other. Yes, this is pointed at this, so that should be fine. There's that one. We're pointed over here. I think means... Oh, no. Oh, there's another one. Yo, I have peppermint too, it's awesome. Oh, it's a skill only. Ow, my face. Do it again.
Take that! Rising blade!
Nope, didn't get a crit. Every sound you heard by every blade was me getting a critical, and I still didn't get a blue gem off him. I have to kill him with a critical. I just didn't get on the shot that mattered. So these are both right here, and it's which one of these two it is? I think it's this one? Fuck, dude. Alright. You're pointing... You're all pointing... I don't want to deal with you. You're a pain in the ass. Okay. Now you're gonna go over here. Reminds me, have we marked dungeon crawl? Because we're back to that. No, we have not. Boom. Anyway, hi Cloud, how you doing? Still no bingo for me. I don't know how everyone else is doing, but no bingo for me. Okay, this is pointing over here. Like, I'll load the center of this camera. It's either this one. It's this one. It has to be this one. Okay. They're both pointing basically at each other. Okay. Excuse me, I'm thinking and you're big and annoying and basically you touch damage in the game where I have to... God damn it, ass shit. No. Excuse me, where am I? Okay. Bad. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Why is he casting Enhance on himself over and over? Don't dodge me, slut. Oh, glow stick. Ready for Terraria.
Power in the name of justice.
Okay, what is the goal now? They're all different colors and I don't like that. We're pointing up. You're pointing down. So it's got to be this one. This is the last one over here. As I mix them up like a freaking fool. Okay, you didn't immediately kill me, so that's a plus. Over here? Oh, yeah, there's one over here. Look at that. It's a sneaky little bitch. Not what I thought would happen. Boy, their camera shake is kind of lethargic, I can't lie. I don't know, like, you could just slap a random on there or something, a little something. It's just like, shimmy twice, okay. This will be amendment number 14. Alright. So both go down, there's stuff up. Okay, there's stuff. Oh, hello. Don't get too close. There we go. You've dissolved the poison. Oh, hi.
I estimate our combat.
Beat you up, Kate.
Yeah, sure, man. Kind of spell spamming, don't mind me. And again, who isn't right now? Bye.
For a battle, rather an anticlimactic affair.
Alright. I should have battle trophies at the bingo. That's the problem is those are kind of sporadic. And it so's half the shit. Intelligence seeds for me to be smart. Hello, I need you. Thanks for having one inside the room after doing it. I actually find that very nice. Your kindness is appreciated. South appears to be the correct direction, and then there's a whole thing going on over there that I haven't done. God help me. Alright. Behind the big pretty waterfall. Oh, hi. Bye. Pay attention to me. Or not. Before you died, sirs.
I'm even stronger than Faze, Kate.
I'm not letting you kids beat me yet.
Wait. Linnell says K, and she said, I'm going to get stronger than Faze, so I am going to mark that as Linnell talk shit. So, hey, I almost have a bingo. Once again, I'm stuck on leveling up outside of combat. Fuck me. Alright. That's happened both rounds. Oh. Uncool. Uncool RNGesusness. I can't. Okay. Now what's in this room? We don't know. Let's find out together. Alright. We have another random puzzle that leads to another light gem. So they were all down here. If I just come here first, I would have been golden and not had to go on that whole stinking trip. / made the dungeon reload itself. So you may laugh. You may laugh. That said, I think I might run an ad and hit the bathroom real quick. So, if that's acceptable to everybody, look at this stinking map. We're gonna do that. We're gonna get our pre-rolls turned off because it has been a hot minute. So, yee. You heard me. You heard me. I get to pee, and instead of looking at a blank screen, you get to be capitalism. You fools! Greetings, subscribers and fellow AdBlock viewers. I hope you're all having a lovely evening. Hi. Ah, are you an AdBlock viewer? Clever. And I don't really get you. By all means, ad block away. It's if I run the ads manually. So that's a VPN thing. Oh, hello. I run the ads manually, I control the pre-roll stuff too, so. Yeah, you know. It does the job. Try to keep yawning. Majestic armor. Anyway, for everyone else, welcome back from Ad Town. I hope you had a lovely time. It wasn't just a bunch of AI slop. However, we live in the modern times, so I'm assuming. I don't like these subs. Assuming it was just a ton of AI slop. don't like that. Keep in mind that the last time we got in this exact fight, we got our asses utterly handed to us. Nice. He put out his fire. I'm gonna super kill this thing. Never mind. We got no assist on that. We're bonkers with this.
I'm not letting you kids beat me yet.
Privacy and data law is good. Well, I got 3 on that one. That's a lot of battle trophies. Good job, Yara. It's a good dent for one fight. Ain't bad. Let's go grab that white crystal now. I need it. My security policy is mostly helpless despair. So, he's like, well, you all know where I live, so whatever. Oh, okay, we're gonna go south first because I'm pretty sure that's an optional route. Say this way.
The enemies on my face.
Yeah, this is like a whole extra nothing. So let's see what this is real quick. Oh, there he is. Hiding. The challenge of this iteration of the puzzle was realizing it was here and then even seeing the guy in the corner. Who looks in corners? No one. Signed the game designers. You know what? I think that counts. Yes, rumble! Rumble upon the desk, you fool! There you go, there's another one. Yeah, I have no idea if anyone is awake and playing. Oh. Oh, there was a lot of these in here if I had just done any other order than I did. I found the critical fault in the dungeon. Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't think mine actually does all that, but to be fair, my website is not exactly collecting your data, so... I don't know about the WordPress side of things for pet ears, but I do know that the Lonely Hooves that I built myself only uses cookies. If you manually save your spot in the comments. So... as long as you never hit that button, I never leave anything on your computer. If you hit that button, it shows that button. Aha, you missed. Yeah, I would love to actually get that blue off on him. Back it up, Edge. Alright.
For a battle, rather an anticlimactic affair.
Hold on. That is pretty intense security. I don't know. I just feel like even my phone listens to me, so I'm just like, alright, whatever. I don't care anymore. You guys do what you want. Clearly they're gonna get my data no matter what I do, and I'm just like, that's fine. Yes, it's all advertising. If I was more proactive, like protesting or something, it might be a different story. But I always have that option in my perfect life scenario, so pay attention to me. Yeah. What's a third versus a first party or something? I actually do not know. Oh yeah, no, don't bring your phone. Like, in general, just like anything I do, I'm like, well, if I get in trouble, I guess I get in trouble, but I really don't think I'm gonna. I'm not the troublemaker I like to think I am. I'm pretty passive. But that's the only reason I really care. Otherwise, it's just all advertising shit. It's like, alright. Everyone has my data. Everyone has my family's data. Everyone knows everything about me by proxy, even if they know nothing about me directly. It's like, I don't know, whatever. Whoa. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. I think I caught that right. This is a good time to point out that I don't play Simon. Hey, cool, we got one. I think it makes a lot of sense, but that's within my lifetime. It's like, yep. Why is the U.S. a surveillance? I went everywhere but the right direction. God. Like 9/11 really just started a bunch of BS. Really. Became patriotic to have no privacy. Hello. Can I help you, sir? Yes, that is an extremely nice fuzzy crotch you have. Okay, bye. Is there anything else in here? No. It's just that dude. Oh. That's a lot of moaning. It seems like I'm avoiding a lot of fights. It's because I am. There's just an abundance of them and I cannot be lost. That door there for a second. Oh, hello. We're going here first, I guess. Jeez. No one wants to cuddle except for me. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Kinda figured. You're right in the way. You're happening. You guys ain't shit, though.
Attack distance secure. Have them.
Oh, fuck.
Galvanic shock. Take that. What I'm made of. Galvanic shock.
Seems pretty balanced for
rather an
probably.
anticlimactic affair.
Cool. Do you want to go? Okay.
I estimate our combat.
That works.
For battle, rather an anticlimactic affair.
Do. I can't tell if I keep seeing the shader timer resetting or what with that. Just a little hiccup. Ooh. No, Godot has that. Oh yeah, the shader, like the internal timer resets every 10 minutes or something. Oh, that's hardly things truly seamless, I suppose, if we're staring right at them. What do I know? Already have serializing. That's not a new one, Lance. Light ring recharged. Alright, that's another floor pretty much clean. Who's moaning at me now? Can you guys just keep it in your pants for a second? Lord. What? What? Yeah, do you like that? You like I dissipated your darkness? I know. You guys love the darkness, but I'm like, oh. I'm a JRPG protagonist, I bring it to the light. Why are you running? Punch you in the nuts and send you flying. Come over here. My giant robot man will kill you. And then I'll also kill you, and it'll be very funny. So I just kind of smack you in the head so hard that you stop living. Have a nice death. We're finishing this fucking dungeon tonight. I don't know how much more there is, but we're doing it.
Found you.
Leave me alone, madam.
Found you.
You're the one thing in this place besides... Well, no, I respect the other guys too. But you...
Found you.
You are, woohoo! You're the only fight I've been in. It's like, oh, everyone's just kind of dead. You're gonna respect that a little bit. This is when I had the guy in it. Did this have a spare... Oh, no, this is a cutscene!
Distribution of the remedy cannot be stopped. There is no more point in spreading the stone sickness.
It is clear infidels motivated by money are of little use, yet the hour is nigh. Asmodeus's resurrection is only a matter of time.
How I yearn to hear the White Maiden's cry of death.
That's fucked up.
For it is her soul that will stir Asmodeus to wake.
White Maiden? That can only be Sarah. And if they're still yearning, that must mean she's still alive.
Yes?
What's that shabby rag?
No.
It's what those black-cloaked hermits wear. This belonged to the one I offered up to Asmodeus just this morning. The Archfiend will walk a path opened by their blood. The least I can do is allow their worldly possessions to bask in his magnificence.
What is it, FaZe?
You are a man of admirable compassion. The lives of their entire tribe are inferior to that of the White Maiden.
Oh boy.
Compassion? No, I only do what anyone
I think
would have
FaZe
done.
is about to go apeshit.
At dawn,
Nice Dutch
the
angle.
Black Hermit's souls openeth the door.
Openeth, you say?
At dusk, the White Maiden's soul calleth him forth.
O Asmodeus, most exalted Archfiend. Who's there?
Angie.
What have you done?
You killed the crush I had
Do
briefly.
to those people! FaZe! I'm asking you what you did!
We offer our souls to Asmodeus.
For real?
Receive the souls of your faithful servants.
FBI open up, but they took the CIA pill, so...
What the hell, FaZe? Edge, these were the men that spread the stone sickness throughout Roke. It looks like they were doing it to try and foster unease among the people. What cowards! But more importantly, the resurrection ritual has already begun! What? We must hurry. There's no time. Will do. I'll go get everyone together.
I mean, that's what we are. We're a JRPG party. We are together.
Oh, please. Please be safe.
I hope they just killed your really old grandpa. Most people aren't nice to me. I've been playing Wild Arms, so I see bookshelves. I'm like, oh fuck yeah, bookshelves! What can I learn today? That's a lot of text that honestly someone has probably tried to translate into meaning something. Oh my god, that's a lot of text. So fun fact, this franchise has multiple alphabets that people actually know. Hot tub. Oh, decent little dynamic lights in here and everything. I kind of expect. I guess you could just disable the ones that are out of range. These are about dynamic lighting being expensive. I don't think you can bake it if it's flickering and stuff, but I don't really know. In the aspect of things, I'm still very much like beginner phases of learning. Oh, that's kind of an unfortunate shape. Okay, so up looks like it's pure optional. We'll start the... Oh no, I just realized what this fucking room has going on. Okay, we're gonna go all the way to the end of the hallway, because that's where the least... What? Oh no! Where's the statues? They're not in here, that's good. Oh no! What are we about to be dealing with here? Because it seems... Alright, come on. We want to, but fine. Throwing a pumpkin extract. I can make a cappuccino in the fall. But there are so many unlit. Okay, this is gonna be. I don't have any light. I have no light. Oh no! I gotta find a light. Oh jeez. Oh fuck. Oh no. That's not a light at all. That's a lady. I will say, playing this area and just spamming shit is not a bad time. Boing? I just fucking teleport? Yeah, run.
Talk about on show and no go.
Mystic Cross. Alright. Edge got a new skill. What did you get, Edge? Mystic Cross. Kick the enemy into the air, then jump up and run them through. Okay. Okay, so wait. We want this here, and then we want the Stampede slot. Yes, 100%. Aura Spark's frankly kind of useless, but whatever. You need to find a light crystal somewhere. Don't ask me where. I haven't the slightest clue. Maybe further this way. At least there's a heal in here. We can use that. We can farm that. That'll keep us going. Can I help you? Oh. Can I not get to this one? Oh my god. Okay. I mean, there's probably another one upstairs, but good grief. It's a hike. There's another door. So there's two dark doors I can't open yet. At least one I can't open yet. I don't remember if I got there or not. Excuse me. There are no light crystals here. That would be helpful. Shit. Alright. Behind the dark doors is we don't know what. One has a chest, one has dick all. Excuse me. This has... Oh, he's right in the middle. Oh my god. Okay, this sucks. Let's see. He's pointed over here somewhere, so we kind of just got to get to one and hope it's right. Oh, he can point through the wall because there's ones there. And there's at least 2 light crystals in the... Okay. No, I see what we're doing here, and I have feelings, but I will try not to flip my lid. Hey, can I burn this? Really? Wait, isn't it fire? Do I not have fire? I thought I had fire. Am I out of my mind? I do have fire. Is that earth? Am I getting earth here too? Does earth break woods? Madam, can I break your wood for you? Okay. Alright, this one. And then I chain it I'll just do that, because sometimes it's nice to just roundhouse a guy we don't like, you know? Just absolutely smack him in the tick, but as one does. Carry on. Alright. Alright. I do not sense this being a pleasant time. I cannot use the heal yet. The heal is through the water. First light crystals in the water, the second light crystals in the water. And this is all about running laps through a densely populated space where you may or may not end up fighting everything just to make it work. Cool. Whoop! Excuse me.
Found you.
Did you find me? Okay. You are pointing.
Found you.
Alright, come on. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Cool. I can live with that.
Your defense is full of holes.
Yo, she just vibing? Really? How did you stun me? I was just kind of hanging out.
To haunt you.
For a battle, rather an anticlimactic.
This feels pretty
Did I eat
good,
ribbon for something?
Kitty.
It was a different ribbon. I think it was velvet. I think it was like magic or some bullshit. I can't tell which way that's pointing back at that one. That one was green, which means it started with, which means he's pointing probably through the wall. This right here. Hello, madam.
Estimate our combat.
Move for it to be super happy about it. I'll line it up alright. What are you getting? A bunch of nothing, apparently. How much is that for? Nice. She's silenced and she's a succubus. That's funny. He is all about that. Alright.
To haunt you.
Let's do this again sometime. I suppose this will mean fewer.
I swear to use this power in the name of
Double
justice.
blindsides enabled. Avoids camp. I didn't know that was a thing. Right? What's wrong with Edge? Edge is silenced. Red herb. Useful for throat illness. It's hot chocolate for them. Cures frozen. Oh. I guess that's sensible. Now let's pop a blueberry while we're at it. Fix Edgy up a bit. You know what? It's been too long since an event got called, so I'm going to go ahead and say random. Calling random. Oh. Well. Hot damn, I actually got one. Boom. Second place on my own game. Alright. So that did something. Now it's pointing over at, I think, this one? Looks about right. Sure, man. And he's gone to the right. Okay, let's see what happens. A, get away from that guy. B, look at where we're pointing. This way. Might be that one. Could be one through the wall. Okay, gotta check how on point this is at pointing at me. No, it's not at all. It's over here somewhere. It's this one. It's gotta be this one. Oh.
I'm gonna beat you up.
Dang it. Who's left? Nobody. Nobody's left now.
Rather an anticlimactic.
I am pretty sure it's... Yeah, I don't see one down there. I think it's this one. Not the... Laugh at me? Call me names? I don't know. Dang. Why do you have to be so mean? It's pointing over there. Looks like the one way on the end. This one right? Oh yeah. Like, it is, on the one hand, an extremely straightforward puzzle, but on the other, they have expanded upon it pretty well, I think, over the course of this. Okay, now it's a bit of a navigational issue. It's like, well, you gotta think outside the boxes, point through the walls and shit. Alright. Alright, I can see what we're going for here. I can see what the, idea was. So... What I don't like is that I can't see the height differences on these. But I know on the top left one there is a light crystal we can use, and then in the water here somewhere is another one that's pretty clearly this. Hey! Wow, that frame rate's pissed. Is it just me, or do when they do the screen shake, it actually angers the frame rate? Specifically the screen shake. Like, why is this specifically running this bad? Just this shot is having a huge issue for me. And now it's fine. Meanwhile, Edge is doing what I can only call the Sonic Adventure Shuffle over there, but hey. There's the heal point, so we're doing alright. Now in here was a light crystal. First of two. We use this one to get that chest up there. I think they try to do some like HDR or like eye adjustment stuff or something. That doesn't work so great. To be fair, well, it's a PS3 game. I don't know why you'd need to have that, but whatever. It is Squaresoft. I don't know about that. Hey! Level up outside combat. Too bad that got randomly called. That would have given me the bingo anyway, so... fuck you. I was destined. I was destined for success. Nailed it. A microhadron collider. Alright. It's just a little bitty one. Okay, so now we gotta go down into the goop and get that other light, which is over there, and then we can use that, in theory. Well, I'm gonna be checking the map a lot at this point. This is disorienting as hell to me. Big open room. I like that the glowy eyes are visible from fucking who knows where. I wonder if that's just there's light around you, or if there's just a black fog gradually filling the area. If it's not a swastika, shut up. Ancient Canon. Where I'm from, we call that the Bible. Hey, that's 50% of all treasure chests. It's the first achievement we got in so long I forgot this game had them for a second. Which is funny, because it's like infamously hard to get them all. That's a... wow, okay. Damn. Right on. Solid little thing. Here's our other glowy crystal. Boom. Doing alright. Doing alright. We can go get that other door. Yeah. The other door. Wherever that was. I think it was on the south side. Still manual focus. Let's focus. Let's focus. Increase the accuracy and chance of landing critical hits. Mary. Got it. I don't think Mary even has a second one, so by all means. But she has stun and steal. Oh, is it just permanent? From the battle, okay. Use from the battle menu. Ooh. Any other way for my NPC units to blow their MP faster than I can even conceive. Well, then I was grossly incorrect about this entire arrangement. I thought down here was the thing. Sense of direction been marked yet? I'm pretty sure it had, yeah. Oh. One is just have a map on it. Map spawn. That's used for cutscene. Not enough money. Do skill learn. I mean, yeah, we did that. We did that. We just did that. I think Katie just said Pokemon in her sleep, and that counts as a Cassie mention, so that's another one. I genuinely don't know if anyone's still here that's playing, but there you go. I'll try to keep up with it for anyone that is. Remember, you can pop into that at any time and join the game if you haven't, and you will get all of the things we've called this round added to your card just immediately. So you could just start and have a bingo right away. And you're on the board. Maybe you won't have a bingo. I don't know. It's not as eventful as it was earlier, but we're here. Okay. Hi. You know what? We're gonna do this. The server's stunning is free. Ooh, you can long gap. Tasty.
Talk about on show and no go.
Oh, that's a two-part emote, yo.
This body of mine would still seem to have hidden potential.
Alright, Cerberus summon. Boom. There you go, there's another one. Yo, this room was locked behind black. That sucks. That's a Garbo room. That's a room from hell. That's a rude thing to do that to. Then your potential only light thing, like mine was, and get screwed. Mean. I mean, you can check your mini-map and get some idea. Wow. Just wow. Alright, we're gonna go over here. Up here's a cool little healing thing. It fully recovers everybody's everything. Oh, look at those numbers. They're nice and full. Just like Daddy. Alright, like your dad when I no one even thought that was going. I like how it's not wet at all on the other side of the door. You go through the door, you can see the wet. And when you open the door from this side, there's the wet right up to it, and then you just see the line, no more wet.
Found you.
Oh, wetless behavior. What big's this for? A save point and a big old not a boss chamber for sure. Now this is where a smart person would have a bunch of stuff like set up to boost themselves for the fight ahead. All that good shit. Excuse me. But even this late in, I'm not using food much. Yeah. The ones I do have a decent amount of, 20% money. I really don't care about money for various fights, so. Oh well. In we go. And you know what, I'm gonna call this shot right now. Alright, nose hair, let's go. What are you doing, Bacchus? Oh, he's letting her, you know what?
Sarah!
What?
I have verified her breathing.
Thank goodness. We made it in time. It's Sari. I was so scared. I thought she might be dead.
Conscience would come calling if we let her die, wouldn't it?
One you wanted to save is very
Welcome
dead.
to this place, my friend.
This dude is a design.
You were in Trop.
Have we met somewhere before then? If that is indeed the case, then what a truly delightful occurrence this is. You must have been brought here by our humble efforts to make Asmodeus's magnificence known throughout the land. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Come, and let us offer our prayers to Asmodeus.
You say like a normal person could just walk through here and not get their ass beat by every monster.
Together, and together we shall be destroyed, so that a new world may
Yay,
be
suicide
born.
cult. Suicide cult.
We're not here to worship Asmodeus. We're here to get our friend.
We're here to kick your ass.
Ah, you must mean the lovely young featherfolk.
You are free to worship whatever god, whatever archfiend you please. But only after you've righted your wrongs.
I must confess, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Don't play dumb. We're already aware that you were deliberately spreading the stone sickness in order to foment unrest.
Foment.
But I ask you, where exactly is the sin in that?
What?
The world is slowly but surely heading on the path to destruction. Our activities merely serve to help it along toward its ultimate destiny.
We're evangelicals, you see.
Your friend shall have the honor of becoming that world's cornerstone. Why will you, her friend, not rejoice in the honor she has been granted? I do not understand you.
Nonsense! The destruction of the world? Give me a break! That's not what Sarah wants!
That's not what most people want.
My. You speak foolishness, my son. That is exactly what she wants. I know it to be true. Yes, I know very well. Even if she may not, I know it.
Oh yeah, I'm saying.
Mr. Edge, what is this man? What is this creature that stands before us?
A fart given form.
Taking this form allowed me to truly understand. The appetite of human beings is insatiable.
What is you?
Humans are never satisfied with what they have for very long. They endlessly seek new and exotic pleasures. But the reality of this world is not conducive to supporting such an appetite. It has limits, you know. Thus,
I don't think the person who writes Soul Layers can
I am
comment.
unsatisfied. Land, glory, money, no matter how much I acquire. I'm afraid I've completely exhausted the world's resources of such things. But still I want more. Yes, even if my mortal body should decay and burn. Now you see just how insatiable the human appetite really is.
Okay, but are you human or are you, I mean, you're kind of a Highland.
You miserable
Okay.
bastard!
Wouldn't you be one of the
You'd kill
graces
Sarah
of
for
Rogue?
something so stupid? Everyone who lives on this planet? Your entire world?
Uh-oh. Edge is spreading his seed.
This is Edge's power. The power of the Mua within him.
Mwah.
Such heat.
Right. So beautiful.
People, it's time! Edge,
If you insist.
I may be insignificant, but now I've found something I'm capable of.
Beating
I'm
this
going to
old
see it
man's ass.
Rogue doesn't want this kind of death. We're stopping this resurrection, and we're getting Sarah back!
I have like 2 HP. I'd be so happy.
Very well. For the sake of a glorious new world, I bestow upon thee destruction.
No, he's gonna summon a fucking monster. Oh, it's just a bunch of losers? Honey, I can kill swarms of these assholes. They take 3 hits. That's the non-special attacks. Oh, he's not even fighting? Oh, this is over. Dead. Wow, you did 6 damage to me. How'd that feel?
Incinerate my enemies.
Yes, Edge, target the one who's running across the fucking wall. I'm just gonna maul 1,000 dudes. Don't be such a good time to get these gems.
Let us achieve beautiful destruction together.
That's what we said. Can you tell the original game didn't have the field, the depth of field work? But sometimes it's just like, oh yeah, you didn't frame that well. Punch him in the nuts so hard that he dies. Stop running from me. That's a boss with actual visual health to it. Usually they don't have that. Not yet. Wanted to. Didn't. Stop! Yeah, alright, I'll tag him. Ooh, how about the one where I kick him in the face? Failed! Aww. I wasn't ready for it to do it again. I was like, oh, start off dark. Oh shit. Homeboy's getting a little pissy. Oh shit. Sage on. Where is she? Oh. She way over there. What did we just do to him? No, my kitty board. Oh, I'm deceased. Wait, can I move, please? Oh, this is not going well. Why? If I die on this, can I officially, like, scream? Hi, excuse me. No. No, what are you doing? These dudes. I'm sorry, these are weak as shit. Kill them. They are causing me too many issues to be allowed to just run free. Fuck off with that. Where the fuck is Lim? Where is Lim? Hello? I hate this selection system. Whoa! Hello, asshole. She's right there. And we're dead. Fuck. I need you back now, honey. Oh, wait, what's that doing? That's my new least favorite spell in the world. I don't know what that's about. That's rough. We really need that. This, please. Back to Mary. Really? His ass killed me? Yes, please. Jeez, this escalated so fucking quickly. edge is where? He's right there, man. You have to, like, be in view or you can't do it. No. Dead. Jesus Christ, that shit's bullshit. That's awful. What am I supposed to do about that specifically? Like, that is so mean. Get up, Lim. I'm gonna scream. This sucks. This was so easy. What the fuck happened? He like got angry and he started doing this fucking spam move that just kills you. Here it comes. Run away. Try to lead it away from everyone else. Yet another boss fight where the winning strategy seems to be just getting the fuck out. What do? You know, just fucking... Fuck off! Dude, let me get up! What? I can't target her on fucking perp. It's so bad. Not hot chocolate. I don't want that. Them! Oh my god! Because I'm stuck playing defense right now? Like, I can't do anything about them. Before she dies. Oh, Sarah's getting mad as hell. Sarah is mad as hell. Genuinely, like, straight up pissed right now. I have one fight in this fucking game that's not dog shit. Creepy. Why are you all like this? Every fucking one. Every boss fight is just garbage. Yep. Oh no, no, no! We're doing this again. No. Can we select? Thank you. Come on. I need my healer alive, and I can't keep her alive, man. Why is it so far? We're not having fun. Oh, we are not having fun right now. Oh no. No, this sucks. I can't do anything about that. That just kills me. What the fuck was that? Are you kidding? Seriously? How are the minions this weak and he is this impossible to deal with? I can't keep anyone alive. Lim, I need you to stop wasting your time. Are we really doing it to him? We're gonna hit a random guy. This game is pissing me off. I'm officially mad. Like, I burnt through all of my sage. This targeting is obnoxious. What killed everyone? Like, seriously? I don't have a revive spell. Like, this is insane. He's just TPKing me constantly. What am I supposed to be doing here differently? It's over. If I don't kill him with this, I quit. I'll just take the loss. Honestly, I don't know what else to do. I'm not gonna. I don't know what to do. I feel like I'm overpowered for most of the place, and then I'm just dead. Like, this is it. This is all my resources. I'm out. I have no more sage left. Like, what do I do differently here? What is the solution? So whatever it is, I fucked up. Like, I think I can't cancel his spells. And I can't control who I target, which is really getting to me. Face, you have antidote, man! Use it! You dickhead! Well, there's my first game over. How's everyone else feeling? Holy shit. Fuck you. Do I get retried or just get shunted? Okay. You're getting 3. Because that was like a solid 20 minutes of nothing happening, I feel like. And, boy. Welcome to the board, buddy. They're really not one that, like... reasonably speaking. Limel's not... I mean, Limel's the best healer I have. Base has antidote, but poison's not what's killing. I am... The fact that turned so quickly on me from a piece of cake to having a horrible time feels genuinely terrible. Like, hard to describe how bad that felt. Jesus. I don't even know where to start right now. Half this shit feels like it hasn't changed for most of the game. The goal tonight was to beat this stupid dungeon. I only have 10% on her? Holy shit, these are... Really? This is the amount they expect me to farm these guys, by the way, to fill out their stuff. Which one, baby? I don't know. I can't make a decent monster jewel, it looks like. It was my first idea. So this, I don't even know what to do different besides just grind. Which is deeply unfun. Especially now that it's like after 11 and I just kind of wanted to scrap the area and move on. God damn, you know? 4 hours into this, I thought, hey, we'll finish the dungeon. Of course she gets silenced. Why wouldn't she get silenced? That just makes sense. We're done. 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 Hi. I'm gonna go play around in MEGABONK. I guess I'll grind this out in my free time, and we'll come back and try it again next time. Which means there is no need for a new recap, because literally nothing happened. That is really frustrating, considering how long I've been at this. That is... I don't know what else to do besides grind a few levels. And even then, I'm like, I'm not sure if that'll actually change that situation much. That was a complete turnaround from him and his mooks don't do shit to his attacks just stun lock and kill me. Every single one of them. Some of which basically just did a full party wipe. And all I can take from that is that we are underleveled. Which sucks. Because I feel like the game has way too much combat as it is. And I like the combat. It gets really repetitive. So I guess I will be leveling off stream. And we're going to do something else to wind down and hopefully cool my jets, because I'm more than a little tilted. But around the time my mage is being stun locked and I am silenced, I just don't want it anymore. We're done. I am out of patience for it tonight. And Katie needs something anyway, so I am going to swap this over I meant to do this in a different order, but whatever, I hit the wrong button because I'm a very smart individual. There it is. I'll be back in a second. want to run a... I don't even want to do the MEGABONK, bro. I just want to play the game. I'm just going to play the game. I don't know if Liz is able to pay attention right now or what. I don't want to make her babysit that, so I'm just going to run it. Yeah, we're sticking with Robinette because I'm a fool. Tier 3. Try this again. Oh, I should probably change the game then. We'll figure out something for the grind situation. I've been considering just doing a stream type I call grinding dev. I thought that would be like this guy a 4-item organ or something as we got there, but at this point, I'd be Star Ocean for a while. We'll see. See how it goes. I really don't know what to expect in terms of the timeline on that. I haven't stopped the grind yet, but I felt pretty consistently underpowered, but only in boss fights. And I'm not sure what to do about that. So... I don't know if there's just something I'm fundamentally missing about the boss fights, or combat itself, or if it really is just I'm underpowered and this is where I'm going to feel it. You know? I should just take the fact. Only 2 at least. It's a worse number and everything. Brain's doing great. Anytime there's a favorite. Rail. We'll do that. Fighting for my life into my chest here. That's stuff. Axe speed. That's a terrible wad is what that is. Yeah, I didn't think there'd be a lot. It's late. I'm low energy now. Blew my emotional load, as it were. Where's my luck? Thing? Or crit damage. I'm not going to be greedy this time. I'm going to keep this pretty simple. Really want. Damage multiplier or XP? Damage multiplier. He's been alive. What do you mean?
In Minecraft.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Seems like a good thing. Essential damage onset. You can knock over the pillar? Wow. You want to be ballsy and do a boss curse? I think I can handle two really well. I cannot help. I want to not be bored. What a fucking catch-22. Serious trap I accept myself. Have it. See that. Just more. We get more money. That's not the best one to get that on here. That, on the other hand, is quite nice. Oh, there's the boss one. Cool. I don't want to hit that too early. It takes a little time. Crit damage size, projectile count, duration. I'm doing a slight crit build. So. Oh, moldy cheese. Poison damage, my beloved. Die really. I hate you, man. The best bro. Armor? Yeah. Smart people save that for the more damage. I think axes plus 4 would be a good melee build. It'd probably work really well for the AFK thing. Activated clothing. And it made me fast. That pot is sideways. Can't help but love having just straight up. Ooh. One more of that. Ooh, it makes it bigger too. There's something using seems like a late game slash advanced loot. Oh, there's a loot there? Trying to figure out when I want to hit that. There's the swarm. That's what I was trying to hold out for. So now after the swarm, there's a mid-boss, and I can spawn the real guy. Not have 4 dudes on me fucking once. The thing I keep ending up doing. That's pretty good. It's not just walk right in there. Decent amount of weight. Hey. Well, the end is I'm gonna go hit this. I was gonna save the I can save the from the boss's spawn. Just more straight up damage. Straight up damage. Hard to argue with damage. Okay, there should be the hand dudes here in a second. There they are. Double stone golems, get the rage, kill their asses. Grab this and go spawn the guy. I'll take out a moldy cheese, oh yeah. Too. It could have been nice time for the boss, but whatever. You know, you can't have everything you want all the time. More duration, more size, more crit damage. I ain't building crit. But wait a minute. Looks like that's not a place I like though. Awesome. Oh, you're speaking my language. Nice. That's a weird silhouette back there. More damage for everything. Where are you? Oh, mega charge. That's what I said. A few of these just for the bombs here. Bonus XP, honestly. I don't want to hang out to the dark and shit, because those routinely kill my ass extremely dead. I'm gonna get a little something out of it. Just get rid of these. Alright. Tier 2. You're here much lately. Haven't done the series. Not doing that this time. I did that earlier. Stupid as hell. Very much punished for playing Finish. Way more health on tier 2. grab. More attack speed or more duration. Now, see, duration actually helps with the axes. So is speed. I get yet more ghosts, I get yet more XP, I could get Clover. I mean, the luck has been doing me quite well, I think, actually. What is my overall luck? Bad. Give me more luck. It seems to add up. Wow. Kind of expensive. Just spawn. I'm fucking hostage. There's a lot of these around, right? Make it. Especially around the boss spawn. It actually leads us far. It's just like it's not too sure. Case in point. Ooh, more crit damage. See, we are doing a lot of crit. I'm trying to. Just have more period. Also getting a lot of evasion, which is kind of nice. What am I up to? Really hurt, man. Sure. Oh my god, he almost one-shot me. Yikes, dude. So I need armor and max health really bad. That's what we just done. First health we're doing Halsey. Right now I'm not. I just got one shot. Halsey is not going to be used for dealing damage. Double kills time. I'm feeling like I hate myself. Alright. Oats. Hey, that's exactly what we need. Okay. Oh no. Not again. You know, Robinette's good at actually doing damage, but I can't seem to just survive with her. Alright, we're gonna go back to Sir Ufi, someone who I initially was not a fan of, but who seems to be the one I have the best odds with. I'm tired of being stuck, can you tell? Probably third tier that's the second area once. I don't know if it's harder on higher tiers or what, but uncommon flies, but we're going to see if we get it out here. Vampire Survivors meets Risk of Rain 2. Yeah, I'll get bigger. Bigger goes well with both of these weapons, so we're going to start there. Chest won't be really nice to get this one. Aegis! I actually need that. Oh, but bigger. Can't resist the epic upgrade, guys. I can find very little of help. Okay. Maybe the feathers, not feathers, but the key. To start with, the keys are really good. 1% chance of any chest you open being free is, you know, the earlier you get that, the more likely you're going to get some of those things. Can't be really good, but I see that over there. Okay, something. What do we got? Ghosts again. I do like this. Bastard, please. He's so slow. Shit. So we got the skeleton. That's not bad. We're taking the kill, maybe? You're also really back and forth on it. I like the design itself. I think it needs some complimentary something to it to really make it pop, but I don't know what.
I thought she was popping up.
She pops! But it's, this. I think a lot of the backgrounds in Has-Been and stuff are red as hell for a reason. How's that? I think, they have designs and stuff that kind of pop against that color. If that makes, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm sorry. I'm useless. Just two. So we need a lot of things. We need truck shots. We need any treats. Any treats. More luck, more life steal. More still be good. Max HP and heat. That's what we want at this point. Size. Stronger aura. Bigger aura. Sure. That first thing hits anything, so I don't mind prioritizing this sword package wise. Enjoy the time and all that. I think attack. Good attack speed. I'm trying to figure out. I think Aegis would be the good one to have. I will take advantage after last time, especially. That whole you get bonked by one thing, your life is miserable. Axes with everything. Yes, that actually complements the build extremely well. Sure, man, you do that. There's the bush again. No damage. Inhibition is fine. A lot better than fighting has a fucking... Oh! Damn it! That's a level up that just ran away. Ooh! Giant fort. You can eat so much spaghetti with this bad boy. Also, crits have a 14% chance to become mega crits, gain 15% crit chance, increase mega crit damage 15% per stack. Okay. More max HP. It is arguably stupid to have awoken with HP. I think I can handle this. I could die of hubris again. Not be the first, second, 50th time. Sure. Just walking seems to be my enemy at this point. Thank you. Dudes, I'm gonna kill myself. Oh my god.
Maybe it's time to put the games away then.
I'll play a game. I'm not gonna stream it. That's where I'm at. Alright, I'm done. I'm not any fun right now. Thank you for joining me. Whoever's still around. Let's look. Lizzie, Bird is lurking and Malk is around. Alright. Thank you for joining me. We'll figure out some way to do all that stupid grinding. I am gonna go reflect on myself. Good night.